Hey. Here we go. Woohoo!
Step inside the SmashBoxx with Jonny V and Terry Miller, the disc golf guy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to SmashBoxxTV's podcast number 27. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, joined here in studio by Jonny V. And Jonny,
yeah,
this is our last podcast in the state of Wisconsin for the month of April.
Oh, I'm so sad.
I know.
I don't
There's
know.
some big things on the horizons.
We do. We've got GBO coming up.
Is it Horizon? I mean, because there's only
yeah,
one
one
horizon.
Horizon.
But what if there's big things going on over like multiple days? Would it be Horizons?
No,
Why not?
because I believe you can only have one Horizon.
But there's a new one every night, isn't there?
Yeah,
So big things on the horizons.
that sounds stupid.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying.
It's not the stupidest thing to come out of your mouth. It
No,
probably
it
won't
won't.
be tonight,
It
but
certainly
that
won't.
does sound dumb.
Well-
I think you just say big things coming on the horizon. I
All
think
right.
Horizon might be plural as it is. I don't know.
Horizons? I don't know.
No, we need an English major.
All right. Well, we definitely know our first guest won't help with that. No. So we got a great group of people out there tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in. As we said, we are here on podcast number 27. And one of the things that we will talk about throughout the night, because we are very excited about it, is that we're going to be moving into Emporia, Kansas next week.
We're moving?
We're moving.
I don't think our families will appreciate that.
We're picking up and moving the studios along with the rest of our broadcasting equipment. And next week at this very time, we're going to be in the car, actually, driving. It's been a while.
We haven't even decided if we're doing a show yet. What we might just do is, I doubt we'll do a show.
I don't know. It would be kind of fun.
It would be.
Dangerous.
Well, someone's driving, someone's holding a camera back and forth.
Yeah, it would be pretty dangerous, but it could be a lot of fun to actually do a show while we're on the road. If you figure it's 9 o'clock, we're going to be approximately 4 to 5 hours into our trip. We'll be in, like, Iowa. I mean, really.
I'm sure the signal will be awesome in some nowhereville, Iowa, with nothing but corn and flat.
But at least it might be the most exciting thing that state's seen in a while is us driving through doing a stupid
true.
podcast in the middle of the night.
That's true.
So we will be driving. So next Tuesday night, please do, at this point, do not count on us for a show. Unless we could stop at a supermarket and put on the show.
Who would do that?
I don't know. We'll find out later. But so next week, Tuesday night, we will not be planning on doing a show live. However, we think we'll probably pick it back up right away on Wednesday night, and there might be a show every night.
Jeez.
Wednesday through Saturday. That's kind of scary. Be like the Memorial all over again.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, that's.
Wait, the event starts what day?
I think it starts Thursday.
Yeah, probably Thursday through Saturday.
Okay, maybe. Or maybe Wednesday night if there's
knows?
something going on.
Well, it's the GBO. We know there's something going on.
Yes,
They've
there is
got
always
1,000
something going on.
things.
Let me check my GBO app.
I didn't download it. I
Oh,
should.
I have it. Bro, where you been?
I know. Bobby told us about it, and I just didn't get a chance. I
Yeah.
blanked out. There's a lot of things. I need to do some testing for that yet. Some assets that he sent us, some commercials, and some exciting things to look forward to.
Yes, very, very cool. We're super excited. We see Mr. Eric McCabe is out on the board. We may check
E-Babe?
in.
Eric McBabe.
We may check in also with Eric and or Bobby, Cool Daddy Slick Breeze, and see if we can get a quick update as to what we can expect when we get down there, as well as I think there's like 900 competitors that will be coming down.
We should interview them all.
Every one of them. Finally. Dude, get my
Yeah.
third cousin, second removed uncle's neighbor
And we
who's
offered.
in 58th and a senior
We're
grandmaster
still
women.
not sure where we're going to do the actual podcast from. We haven't.
Okay.
We have a place if we choose to use it,
Yep,
but it's kind of off the beaten path a little bit.
a little bit. Yep,
And
that's what we were told.
that's a lot to say from Emporia. The whole Emporia is off the beaten path.
A little bit.
But so we're not sure if we're going to do that or we're going to maybe scout around for a new location. But we're opening up an invite for anyone that wants to come and watch the podcast. If you come and watch, there's a good chance we're going to talk to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless there's like 1,000 of you that show up, like all 900.
Which there might be.
You never know.
What would be cool is maybe we could set it up with those guys and maybe we could do it from like a hot air balloon or something. That would be exciting. All right, maybe not. All right. Well, we got a great show for you lined up tonight. We have, of course, Dana Vicich, who's going to be giving us some updates from around the tour. Then we are going to check in with Paige and Madison. I'll just keep it
Troublesome
short.
twosome.
Yeah, something like that. Paige and Madison, they're up to some of their normal crazy antics. They're on the road. They're touring, and they made a pit stop just so that they could join us for the show tonight. So we're going to check in with them. We are not going to have our Dear Disc Golf I Love You segment. Zoe and Dyke. Well, we're just going to show you.
Yeah, we're gonna show you what happened.
Yeah.
She was told by the doctors not to smile. Good luck.
Yeah.
And not to talk.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. So basically what happened, and I'm sure she'll fill us in more next week, but she was doing a demo or maybe a class for some elementary school kids. One of the kids kind of grip locked it and released it into her face.
Yeah, into her face.
So as you can see, she got some stitches right in her left side of her face and above her lip. So she has to skip out on us this week.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Not a problem.
I mean, so if you want off the show, I mean,
there's other ways. I mean,
you don't have to take it. So we
got rid of Risley real quick. I mean, that was.
So we showed everyone on there, but just in case you're listening in, we showed a picture of Zoe's beautiful face. Unfortunately, like I said, she got 4 or 5 stitches just above her lip on the left-hand side, going completely perpendicular to her lip vertically, and so we wish you the best. It's going to be impossible for Zoe to not smile. She doesn't know how to not smile, but for the sake of healing and getting a little bit better, we all here wish you the best of luck. She said she needed a big hug, and I know just the guy to give her one. Let's bring him in right now.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Clearing his throat, getting ready to issue big hugs. Dana Vicich on the show. Welcome, buddy. How you doing tonight?
Good. I'm ready to give Zotron that big hug. Hang in there, Zoe. Don't smile. I hope you're not watching because it's easy to laugh at Terry. So don't. I hope you're not watching. Probably won't laugh at me though.
No.
Maybe.
You've got so much good stuff, Dana, including more participation in an event this weekend. You had to come to the good side of the border, as we say. Yeah. What happened?
Well, came up to Wisconsin to the Prairie Open.
You won, right? You won? You're the best?
Spoiler alert.
Will you let me do my thing? Okay. I mean, I've got a script here I'm trying to follow. You're blurting things out.
I know, I'm wrecking it. Do you want me to get up and just leave and go to the bathroom or something? I can do that.
Poor Zoe's probably laughing right now.
At the idea of you winning?
Ouch! Shots fired.
All right, go. Johnny started it. Go ahead.
All right. Anyways, it's always a favorite event of Ashley and mine to go up to. Sergio and Carla treat the women really good there, so Ashley loves going, and tons of ladies always go up there, so there's always huge pro women field, a huge amateur women field, and actually they treat everyone really good. They get a lot of sponsors, there's good added cash, and they run a really well event. But I didn't win. I did not pick up a black disc, which is as we talked about in previous weeks, the Wisconsin Tour disc. If you win, you get a black Wisconsin Tour disc. But on the bright side, my lovely wife Ashley did win. So Congratulations to her. I'm obviously very proud of her.
It's good. Did they give her 2 black discs, one for her and one for the unborn? That's what they should do.
They should have given her a little black mini or something.
There you go.
But,
talk to Sergio about that.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick with you, Serge. Yeah, pretty happy about Ashley playing. We're just happy she got to finish the rounds. It's 20-something weeks pregnant and dealing with some back issues and all that. So it was a good day. She played some good disc golf and got herself another black disc. She actually has more black discs than I do.
How does that sit at that house, at the new house?
It's pretty bogus.
Is she a better golfer than you, Dana? Respectively, women's to men's field, so on and so forth. Is she a better golfer than you? I'll take that as a yes.
Last weekend she was, yes.
We all know.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah. But sorry, I'm getting a frozen screen over here, so I kind of missed a little bit of that. So
it's all right.
No, we were surprisingly quiet and waiting for you. Actually,
Yeah, we'll just roll with it. Just roll with it. We'll cut it out in post.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
no, we
Take
won't.
2.
All right. So let's get back to that action. On the women's side, Barrett White took care of business, winning by 16 throws. Yes, 16. Second place was Lauren Braxma, and then Liz Carr actually came. She usually comes down to the event, and Liz ended up finishing in 3rd place. And you guys already made me spill the beans on the pro men's side. I did not win. It was a bit of a struggle on the putting green for me. I felt like I threw the disc pretty well. Just wasn't committing to it. But there was a pretty good battle, and that battle was between Corey James and Andrew Schultz. And yes, Andrew Schultz is related to the Barry Schultz. So
he's his nephew specifically.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Terry. So Corey and Andrew were battling, but Corey was on the second card with me, and Andrew was actually on the lead card, just completely smashing the lead card. I think your boy Scotty Too Hottie might have snuck under par on the lead card, but I think everyone else actually shot over par on the second round. And so that opened it up for someone on the second card, and that someone was Corey James. And on our second to last hole, Corey got a really terrible break. He hit the one tree over by the basket on about a 340-foot hole, and he got a crazy reverse roll and rolled out of bounds, and he went to hole 1 where we finished, and he got a par and ended up losing by 1 to Andrew Schultz. So I did play with Andrew first round, and he's a really good disc golfer and very nice guy. So congratulations to Andrew. He got a black disc and $550. So not a bad weekend.
Not too bad at all.
When Andrew's putt is on, he's almost unstoppable. He's got this great little hyzer putt that he throws, and I've watched him. I played around with him up in up a little further up north, and I watched him just destroy a pretty difficult course, and it was almost disheartening. So, but he's a phenomenal young player.
Yeah. So let's move down to Texas. The Texas Women's Championship, which was an A tier, took place down in Round Rock. And you couldn't guess by the name of the tournament, it was a women's only tournament. And I thought for a second that Paige Pierce might not actually win. Round 1, Des Redding came out and fired a 10:39 rated first round.
Impressive.
So Paige ended up shooting sub 1,000 again, but she was down 7 to Des. But round 2 quickly closed the gap, beating Des by 5. So going into day 2, they had 1 round in the final 9. And Paige then lit it up, beating Des by 7. And actually there was another round mixed in there, the 4th round, I believe. But anyways, they pushed during the finals, and Paige ended up winning by 5. And she picked up a $1,000 paycheck. So what a start to the season for Paige. She's on tonight, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Her and Madison will be. You got it. Better watch what they say.
Right.
You better watch what you say, because I think they're watching right now even.
Really? They're actually tuned in?
They
Is this
are.
a first?
Yeah, Madison's on the board chatting in right now, and I know Paige. Well, they were catching up with, we'll say, some dinner plans
Yes,
when
well,
we visited them
we gave them
before
a
the show.
quick spot test, and they were eating at the time.
Yes.
So
I figured they'd be out like making like dance videos or swimming with manatees or I don't know, surfing or doing something crazy. But that's nice, guys. That's nice you locked them down for tonight. I might have to stay up for it.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear more of their crazy antics and what they've got in store when we do catch up with them. It should be fun.
Yeah. Does anyone have more fun than them on tour?
No, I think I used that line.
there's a lot.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that say they have the most fun on tour.
Oh,
Johnny McRae said he's the most fun on tour, and
No, not as much fun.
but
as
not
you.
as much fun as I got to agree with you, Dana. I don't think as much fun as Johnny thinks he's having. It's hard. I think it's gonna be hard to touch those two.
Yeah, he might have been having fun over the weekend when he won by like 10 or 11 throws in the B tier he played in Texas. But yeah, I'm sure that Paige and Madison still had way more fun than he did.
any other sweet action from around the tour? Was this weekend filled with a lot of A tiers, or was it B tiers, or what were you finding?
It was pretty stacked with B tiers. There was an A tier over in Copenhagen. It's the third Euro tour of the event, and it was a really tight race between Seppo Paju, Jali Store, Pasi Koivu, and KJ Naibo. And in the end, Seppo's second round, which was a 1067 rated, was the separator. He kind of pulled away from the field and then hung on, winning by 4 over Jali, Pasi, and KJ. They all tied for second. And this is the win number 2 in a row on the Euro Tour for Seppo. And I believe the first of the Euro Tour, he got second place. So he's off to a really good start over there. Good shooting, Seppo. And here in the States, there were so many B tiers, it's not even funny. And I looked at a lot of the scores over the weekend and watched them come in, but then before the show tonight, I started clicking around and was like, oh man, I need to start, I need to see what's going on here. But yeah, so here's a few shout outs to a couple of winners because there's just way too many to talk about. My good buddy Paul Oman took down a B tier in Kentucky. Will Shoestring had a tight battle with Ken Climo in Jacksonville, Florida. Steve Brinster went down to the Philly Open and took down the victory. Chandler Fry out in the great state of Idaho. In the not so great state of Indiana, Ragna took down a B tier. And out on the West Coast, Pete McBride won in California by a few throws over Smashy Shasta Chris. But I could keep going. I'm not going to. Nice shooting to everybody I mentioned, and apologies to everybody that I didn't mention. I do have one more tournament that I want to talk briefly about. There was a major this weekend. Johnny, can you name it?
I cannot.
Well, the Collegiate Championships.
Trick question.
That is a major.
Trick question.
Yeah, I knew it was going on. Didn't even think about the fact that it was a major.
Yeah, and I was actually really looking forward to tuning in live and watching these. In the past, they've done Disc Golf Planet TV has been there to cover the event and live stream, but they did not do live. Apparently, they were there filming for the Emerging Sports Network. So I guess we'll have to wait to watch the video coverage of that. Do they even do live anymore?
That's a good question.
We're not privy.
Is that a sensitive subject with you guys?
No.
I mean, I know.
No,
because we don't know. I mean, we know pretty much as much as you guys do. I mean, it's we're not. That's not our bag anymore. So
yeah, no, I mean, and of course, Johnny V and I having such deep roots and being friends with those guys.
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's a sensitive subject at all, but unfortunately, we don't know much more than really what everyone else knows. I know I had reached out to the tournament director, Alan Kane, back in October already when I was at the USDGC.
Yep.
I had said something about, coverage or whatever, and he said, yeah, we've got that all locked down with Disc Golf Planet. And then, I've talked to John Dusler a number of times this year, as well as Brian Graham at the PDGA. And every time we were told of any scheduling plans for this year, it was very consistent in that we had heard that it was going to be collegiates was something they wanted to do, the Worlds is something they wanted to do, and the USDGC. And so I know all of those. I think there's going to be some form of the Emerging Sports Network coverage where they film it and then it gets put up and it's available there. I've already heard other things about
it's Emerging Sports, but it's going to be on the Beach Sports Network.
I think they somehow emerged together. There's some new relationship. I read it on the site. Yeah, I was mildly confused, but either way, it's because I don't think Beach Sports Network is technically going to exist. I think it's the Emerging Sports Network now. Oh, really? Or something like that. I'm not sure of all the details, but I know it's going to be out there. It's going to be available. And last I had heard, those were the 3 events that were planning on being live, and then it sounds like it didn't happen. And I heard that there wasn't funding or support or something of that nature.
I thought the PDJ gives them a bunch of money to go live.
I guess everyone's definition of a bunch is
subjective.
Exactly.
Well, they fund
the PDGA certainly. The PDGA certainly backs them and supports them.
Yep.
They're the Disc Golf Planet. I think is the preferred live broadcast vendor. I think is the terminology. So I know they support them.
Live.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's as we can attest to. It takes a lot of time, effort, and money to do the live broadcast, and I think they were lacking in one of the two. Probably the funding. I mean, the PDGA can't front it all and
underwrite it all.
Otherwise, we'd be knocking on their doors. We'd have Brian Graham sitting here right between us.
We don't get nearly as much money. Let's put it that way.
But no, so I think that's just kind of where it stands right now with them.
Yeah, so we're unsure, and obviously a lot of us have seen some of the conversations that have taken place with UC and some of his new roles and whatever that is regards to in terms of media and coverage and whatnot. So I'm not really sure exactly what's going on. I know, Disc Golf Planet made a big push at the end of last, I think I got an email. I'm a lifetime member, so it proves my support. They got a big push or something back in November about having lifetime memberships and offering them still at $40 or something like that. And so I know that they were, moving forward. So unfortunately, we should have them on the show is what we should. If they wanted to join us, we could get more updates. But that's about all that we know. I wish we knew more.
I would probably stay up for that because I'm interested because they're a bit of a pioneer with the live stuff, and
for sure.
I've enjoyed watching their stuff and appreciate all the hard work that JD and his crew have done. I'm just curious. I didn't know if you guys knew any answers. Sorry to spring that on you.
No, not at all. I mean, we would. I mean, we're just like I said, we're just as much interested as you are because we love to watch live as much as the next person. So the more the live that's out there, the old saying goes, "A rising tide lifts all boats." So. The more live they do, the more live is out there, the more people want it, and the more that hopefully will get employed as well. So.
Yeah, as we all know, really the people that lose out here are the fans. And we're all fans of disc golf, right?
I'm not a big fan of the sport anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway. So who won? Who won over there? I know there was 30,000 winners, and I saw, Simon Lizotte breaking people's hands and breaking world records, but who won some of the golf over there?
All right, I'm just going to talk about the top division. There's a bunch of different divisions. I don't quite know how all that works there with the collegiates, but on the highest level, on the men's national championship, James Proctor of Nevada Reno won in a tight battle over Brian Murphy of Ferris State. James, many of you have probably seen him play on videos or know his name. He's roughly right around 10-20 rated, Prodigy sponsored player for the past few years. Very good player, and apparently he's a college student and went down and got himself a national championship. Very, very cool. I would have loved to play for a national championship. I wouldn't have won, back then, but it still would have been fun to go compete against a bunch of college, like-minded college students.
Yeah, and some of our previous winners include that of Jared Roan, right? He's probably one of the most notable of all of our collegiate championships. Anyone else come to mind, men's or women's side?
I feel like Brian Murphy, who got second place this year, I want to say he was up towards the top last year, maybe even winning it.
Okay.
I'd have to do some fact checking, or maybe one of our Smashies can let us know if he has indeed won it. But
Colleen Thompson on the women's side then ended up going on to win Am Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she
certainly
was part of her early amateur career.
Pedigree, as I say.
Yep.
Speaking of, have you guys seen the YouTube video or whatever it is, Colleen Thompson, the disc story or whatever it is?
No.
It's about her quest for a world championship.
I have.
I heard about that.
I don't watch a lot of disc golf online, but I think I had heard about it early on, and I got pulled into it, and it was about, I want to say it was almost an hour long. Yeah, I want to say it was close to an hour.
It's pretty long. If you're interested in learning about Colleen Thompson and how she got ready for the World Championships and subsequently won an amateur world championship, you guys should go to YouTube and check that out. Colleen did a few years ago win for my alma mater, Illinois State University. She got a women's national championship. So very cool of her to get the national championship and the amateur world title in the same year. Yeah. And this year, winning the women's national championship was Camille Squeer of Humboldt State, the great state of California. And congratulations to both Camille and James. On the overall team side, it looks like it was a pretty epic finish, and which is another reason I was disappointed that I wasn't able to watch it. But again, I'll just wait till Beach Surfing Emerging Network gets it going. But there was actually a playoff between Ferris State and Nevada Reno, and to put them into the playoff, James Proctor had to hit roughly a 30 to 35 foot putt, and he hit it, and they went into a playoff, and I believe it was a 4 or 5 hole playoff before Ferris State could actually claim the victory. So look for that to come in the next few months on TV. I'm really excited to watch it.
No, it has started as a small, like some of our biggest tournaments. USDGC first year had 58 people. But it started as a small event and just an idea, and we've seen Alan Kane and Pete May, and then the support from the PDGA and the Hippodrome and the entire Augusta area just really embrace that event, and it has blown up into a major event, literally and figuratively. And we see that some of the, I just talked to Casey Connors, who's usually a big Smashy listening in on the board. He had driven all night long and came back from the collegiate championships and then showed up at one of our local courses on Sunday morning and was out there practicing that course. But he went down there, had a good time. So to see all these people coming from literally all around the country, and this team idea and the format, it's just really unique and an amazing experience. Jonny here was one of the founding forefathers of the UW Milwaukee Disc Golf Club, which I had really gotten started along with a couple other guys and females. And college disc golf in 1998 was not what it is today.
Not at all. I mean, we didn't.
And we're not what we were in 1998. But
like twice what I was in 1998.
But it was, I remember being stoked.
Let me interrupt. I would love to have a conversation with 1998 Terry and Jonny.
Oh, man.
Sadly enough,
it's probably not much different.
It's not. It's so.
We have a little bit more experience disc golf wise, maybe a little bit more life experience, but what would you say it involved a lot of? Some school.
School, poking fun at others, I think.
Poking fun at others. Maybe
I'm sure you guys danced a lot.
I would say some drinking and some dancing usually.
Oh, drinking once we became of age.
Of
and
age,
then,
yeah.
of course, maybe some shenanigans out at, well, we might have visited a place or two called Shenanigans, but
Yeah, we did,
some,
yeah.
we like to go out and have a good time.
We still do.
It was 90s hip-hop. Who still doesn't love it today? I mean, come on. We all do.
If you wait long enough, we may sing it for you at some point.
Yeah.
So
you sadly enough, yeah, not much different. Us in 1998. And speaking of 1998, we traveled to the City of Mobile Championships to play down at Municipal Park. I know there was an event just going on there last weekend that we saw Matt Oram when we talked with his dad in 1998, but Matty O and Cameron Colglazer were just battling it out over the weekend. So
Yeah.
reading stories about events taking place, in a city we visited 18 years ago, and we can actually somewhat relate to some of those places and stories. It's awesome. Most college students went out for an entire week and did nothing but drink and go to Cozumel or
whatever beach,
Puerto Rico, somewhere in Mexico or Florida. And me and this guy would get in the car and we'd go play every possible course while looking at a book. Yes,
Yeah.
folks, a book. And
we were so
and an atlas to go visit every course we could find.
We were so happy. I think that first summer or that first spring break when we played, I don't remember, 17 or 20 courses.
Yeah.
We could hit 17 courses in 2 days now.
Yeah, one day or 2 days.
Yeah, 2
around
days
here.
around here. So, but at the time you would have to drive, 40, 50, 60 miles to get to another course, and then you stop and it says it's a 9-hole and you show up and it's not there, or it's cold.
Or there's 9 holes. I was just thinking of this yesterday. There's 9 holes and it had 2 or
3
they'd call-
baskets.
or they'd call it an 18-hole course, but it was really a 9-holer with 2 sets of tees.
Back in the day, yeah.
Gosh, miserable.
Back in the day.
And then we'd actually have to write little in pencil. We'd actually put inside this book, again, a book, folks, a spiral-bound notebook. We'd rate the courses ourselves. So, really, we pretty much came up with Disc Golf Course Review, if you think about it.
Yeah, if I could find that notebook.
I have it.
Do you?
I have one.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
So
Right next to your diary.
there were
The one with the little key in it that he keeps, by his bedside. So
there might be a few of those. Anyway, enough of yesteryear. As fun as those years were, we'll have to bring some of that old school stuff back. And
that's an after show.
City of Mobile Championships. The Sherrods taking great care of us, and again seeing Matteo and Cameron Colglazer just battle it out. Awesome memories. Good stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, not much different. 1998. Sorry.
Well,
Any other events that you got to update us on before we catch up with our next guests?
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out. I ran a C tier in Pontiac, Illinois, the Swinging Bridge Open, and the event filled up at 105 players mid last week, and I just want to say thanks to everybody who signed up ahead of time, and then everybody who came out and played. First round, it was very nice out, and second round, it rained the whole time. It was pretty miserable. I was okay. I was sitting under a pavilion, doing my thing, but it rained the whole time, and everybody stuck it out. No one DNF'd or quit, which was I don't know. I shouldn't say that have to talk about that, but it was terrible weather, and a lot of people wanted to play the event and were unable to. So I was glad to see that everyone stuck it out and finished. Thanks to everybody who came out, and especially those of you who signed up early. Thank you.
And
it makes life easier.
Dana, I think you talking about your event, I might have to make a little personal rant note, as Matt Folsom has asked for an individual or specific rant each week. Did you offer ghost cards at your event this weekend?
Yeah, we had.
Okay, that's enough. Stop. That's all I need to know. Ghost cards.
Let
me note that.
Let me explain. We have a very short hole between 2 par 4s. A perfect spot for a ghost card.
Oh,
the course
you mean an automatic backup?
No.
Okay.
Other than the 4 minutes it takes the group to play the hole. Yes, 4 minutes. Mm-hmm. It's a very short hole between 2 par 4s.
Hey, you just had to say yes or no to the question, and here you are, getting your beard all in a frizzy.
Well, I had a number of people say, I don't know how it ran so smooth with a ghost card and 105 players, blah, blah, blah.
Let me note that. Yeah, ran smooth, ghost card.
So, all right, before I let you guys go, I do want to say thank you to go back to the Prairie Open. Sergio, he did a $5 50-50 hole both days of the event to benefit St. Jude. They raised right around $330 through that. Very cool of you. And I know the winner on Saturday donated some of the money that he actually won for the CTP. And then on Sunday at my event, Ashley fixed me up with a coffee can donation thing, and I set it out there, and sure enough, people started putting money in it, and by the end of the day, we had over $150 in there, and that was, I didn't even have to beg or anything. So thank you to everybody who has donated, to me, to Terry, to all the players out there. Us as disc golfers have raised over $100,000. We're right around 103,000, maybe even more by now. But the push is on. We're about a month away from the event, and get some of that change or those loose dollars floating around your disc golf bag or whatever, and find someone to donate them to. Or you know what? I'll be at the Glassblown Open at the block party. I will have a St. Jude booth, and working on lining up some players like Paul Macbeth and Will Schustrick to be there and to sign discs and take donations and whatnot. So look for us there, or stjudediscgolf.com.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Dana. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the updates, as always, and we'll see you in a few days, or no?
Yeah, when are you going to be at GBO, real quick? Because we got the ladies on in the green room here. So.
Yeah, I'll be there probably like Tuesday, maybe a Wednesday. I don't know. So maybe I'll see you guys there.
Maybe you will.
We'll talk.
All right. Maybe we'll see you, or maybe you won't because of the ghost card. All right. Have a good night. See you. Bye. All right. And as always, we have thanks to Dana for chiming in, giving us all the weekend updates from, I don't know if that's trademarked by Saturday Night Live, weekend update.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, we're in the clear because I don't want Lauren Michaels coming after us and this big-time studio
big-time operation
and thing we have going on. So speaking of big-time, we got a couple of big-time guests lined up for you tonight, and we're going to see if we can get them on the line in just a moment. Uh-oh, I hear something.
Now they've
gotten pretty clever here, welcoming to the show Madison Walker and Paige Pierce. Welcome to the show, ladies.
Hello, Chair Bear.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Okay. So first and foremost, everyone needs to know where are you guys at?
Well, why don't we just show you?
Okay, give us a tour.
Please do.
On aisle 1, we have candy.
Oh, delish.
All right.
We already searched that out.
Okay, what's the favorite candy?
We have a burrito bar also.
Okay.
Candy. Oh my God, favorite candy. All of them. I'd say all Butterfinger.
You don't have to choose.
Butterfinger.
I don't think it doesn't work like that.
Or Reese's Butterfinger
bears.
or Reese's peanut butter cups. Those.
Gummy bears.
Okay, so
She doesn't like the white ones, though. I have to eat those.
At least you guys
I'm
have
from
that
White
worked
Girl.
out.
Yeah, that's a good travel partner. You know, if someone you can split gummy bears. Or,
I can
or
count the
gummy
times where
worms.
you fed me the inner white part of the Oreo and you eat the. No, never mind. All right. All right. So you guys are on tour. What city are you in, and where are you headed?
Yep.
You go.
No, you go. No. No, we're in Abilene, Texas. Halfway between
Not halfway.
Dallas and Penderies. Or Panda Ray.
Not even close.
Panda Ray.
Madison, where are you from originally?
Pensacola, Florida.
Pensacola, Florida. Okay, so we know Paige is from Texas. I'm gonna trust that Paige knows where about halfway is.
Yeah, we had to wait till 6 o'clock to leave because she had to get more frisbees. She didn't have enough yet.
Oh. She's,
I had to wait for a package.
so I'm guessing you got a whole box of 2007 champion race, Augusta race. Is that what you got?
I don't need any more. I have plenty now.
Okay. You must have raided
Everyone
Avery Jenkins' stash.
I don't know whose stash it was, but it was a good one.
All right. Well, so you guys are touring around, and you've been touring for how long this year? How long have you guys been on the road together?
Since January.
Okay.
We did throw down the mountain in South Florida, and then there was a couple weeks off, and then since then it's been pretty much nonstop.
I ripped his thing out.
And so you're heading over to an A-tier this weekend, the Penderies Open or Penderies Classic. Is that correct? In New Mexico?
Yeah, Penderies Village Open. One of them.
Okay. And Paige, I know you're not quite as well traveled. I'm sorry, Madison, you're not quite as well traveled as Paige. What are
Yeah, maybe she travels without disc golf. You
Okay.
don't know this.
Okay.
You're jumping to conclusions.
you are not as well disc golf traveled?
Oh,
That I know.
There we go.
Okay.
okay.
So, tell us, a little bit about the event or what you guys are looking forward to and where you're going next. Kind of give us the tour. Give us the inside scoop.
Well, I got a planner because that's how I organize my life because I can't remember everything. So I have my planner and I wrote a bunch of stuff down and then she keeps it all up here and then we just compared notes and now it's all in the planner set in stone. I wanted to go to New Mexico because I love New Mexico and it looks like a really pretty course. Heard a lot of good things about it, so we're going.
And when you guys are planning out or have planned out your tour, do you guys think about the courses more or the location itself in terms of, like you just said, where you're actually visiting? Or do you consider things like, what kind of women's field might be there in terms of numbers? Like, what's the most important component to you?
Most of the time it's what's more convenient, but sometimes we'll go a little out of the way to get a bigger women's field.
But we're trying to kind of, hit them along the way as we're going so we don't have to bounce back around because obviously we're driving. So, and then a big women's field is a good draw as well.
What do you guys at this point consider a good women's field? I mean, that's can be subjective, but what are you when you open up the PDGA sheet and you're like, wow, there's X amount of women. What would you like to see? Oh, maybe
10
it froze.
or more.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 or more. Okay.
10,
At 8 years, if it's a national tour, if it's a national tour, more 20. But you're gonna hit those regardless of how many women are there.
Sweet.
So,
So give us a recap. You guys were just playing in the Texas Women's. Of course, I saw you guys at the Nick Hyde a few weeks ago, but then you stayed in Texas and you had the Texas Women's Championships.
What just happened?
I was going to say, I don't think I did anything.
No,
Are we freezing?
I think the connection might be a little sketchy. So
It just,
Maybe say that one more time.
it lagged really bad and we got a good stutter.
like,
Unless you
oh,
stuttered
nice.
About 12 times in a row, it definitely just froze.
Blame it on the alcohol. Oh, never mind. I was
That's not a '90s rap song, so
no,
it
it's
doesn't
actually
count.
in the 2000s.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
So I think my question was, talk a little bit about this last weekend. You guys were just at the Texas Women's Championships, an all women's event. Talk a little bit about it.
Bring a lot of backup discs because it's rocks everywhere, and all of our frisbees now have gashes in them.
Okay.
DX plastic, no go.
Okay.
There's usually a lot more women, so I think because collegiates was the same time, it drew a lot of the women away, so that was kind of a bummer. But it's one of the best tournaments of the year as far as how they take care of the player. They have ladies stations, on every 6 holes. There's a big tent, a pop-up tent with chairs to sit in and oranges, candy,
Coolers,
brownies,
cold water, cold Gatorade,
everything. And there'll be escorts for each card that take score. And it's just really cool.
They take care of you.
I was gonna say, what are some of the amenities that you guys, if last weekend, clean up. Last weekend we had Zoe on. talking about things that, an experienced TD might consider, what are some of the things that you guys would really like to see, whether it's an all-women's event or not? What are some of the things that, really leave an impression on you guys?
Fresh Rice Krispie treats.
Okay, fair enough.
Food. It's the way to her heart.
Oh, cold water on the course is always good and obvious, I feel, but sometimes it's not present, and I think it's always a good thing.
Okay.
Cold water, for sure.
Michael Barnett does this, and like a couple other TDs are starting to do it, like sending emails out, like with information, which when we type in, like when we sign up for the tournament and we enter our email, most of the time they don't even use it.
Sure.
So it was cool to see, for example, Michael Barnett with Sun King was sending emails, round one at this time, this is what card you're on,
and then even stuff to do around the area, restaurants that are close by, like for lunch breaks, all that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
So, or like GBO is doing, for instance, they have an app. Do you think every tournament, every C tier and above should have their own app?
Well, DD goes like above and beyond, so it's kind of hard to do all that. But this is like their premier tournament, and they prepare for it year round. And so I think it should be harder to be a TD personally, and I think that you should have one premier event, kind of, so that you can make it the best of your ability. And that's what DD does with the glass blown, and that's why they get 900 people to sign up.
I think they need some cashier help. So which one of you can run the cash register? Well,
what exactly is it a flat out like grocery store along with?
No, it's a grocery store.
Okay.
Yeah, food court. It's got like a little food court area that we are in, and like burritos, Sharky's burritos, deli.
I think it's Albertsons.
So now, is this like a normal night for you guys? You just swing into a grocery store, hang out, and
no. But when Terror Bear needs us, we will stop at a grocery store.
That's what they all say.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. We appreciate that.
I've made my own grocery store runs for Terry, so I understand.
So you guys, when do you plan on? How much driving? I guess I was gonna say, how much driving do you have left? And then what will be the game plan when you get there? Is it one course, multiple courses? What are you guys looking at for this weekend?
Well, tonight, touring with Madison has been a little different than the past for me.
Okay.
She is ruining my practice routine.
Because?
But it's kind of working out, so.
Hey, we still practice.
We probably play,
But we also see some really cool stuff.
We do see some cool stuff.
All the time.
That's true.
Non-stop.
But she's making us go to a national monument tomorrow. And so we're driving through the night so she can see it at sunset. Sunrise, whatever. This ice machine's going off. And
so we're going to go see White Sands. It's going to be awesome.
Cool. And waste a practice day and
then
do that.
And then we're going to go straight there and practice the one course that we need to practice. One. And there's golf carts available, so we can just slip right through it and see the whole thing.
So Madison, do you think it hinders your game at all not getting the extra day of practice, or do you think it helps that you have something else to do, something to take your mind off golf? I mean,
well, personally, I feel like I play the best game whenever I'm not like 100% focused, but that's like kind of rare. I think like if I'm in a pretty place and there's birds and plants and all that stuff, like I'm really happy. That's when I play the best.
She's chasing butterflies in the outfield.
Yes. Literally, yeah, she does.
Pretty much. So the more of that there is, the better I think I play. Paige, on the other hand, obviously something's working out this year. Ocho. So we'll just keep going with what we're doing right now, right?
Yeah. When I spoke to you earlier in the year, I think we were in Florida, Madison. You had said something about practicing and pretty much how it really wasn't for you. It wasn't really something that you focused on. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that? I mean, you're talking about tournament practice. You have changed. Okay. I mean, we saw videos of you out actually throwing backhand drives, and I saw you doing that in Texas. Is Paige acting like kind of like a playing mentor for you, or is she helping you out with your game at all?
Definitely not. No, I mean, she's definitely given me lots of tips. Actually, I mean, being like touring around, I've gotten to play with a whole bunch of different people along the way, and it's nice to kind of like get advice from everybody. Obviously, Paige is like, we play all of our practice rounds together, so she's definitely giving me a lot of help with the backhand drive. But and then also drive to actually go out and practice and throw putts and all that kind of stuff. So she definitely has helped a lot. But everyone gives really valuable advice, and it's like taking little tidbits from everybody has been, I feel, really, really helpful.
Do you ever get annoyed with people? I mean, I think this happens a lot with women in our sport. Is a guy feels like, well, there's a woman playing, I better go up and give her my advice, and they don't even and they may not even know, they're walking up to Paige, who's as good as she is. But do you ever feel like sometimes that's a little overwhelming with the way guys might approach it?
Guys usually don't help Madison out. They really just come up to her to talk to her about other things.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but
such as
very helpful.
Such as like spike ball form. Is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you're saying Madison gets hit on a lot, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Is that
she said? That's another thing. That's another thing she pointed out to me that I wasn't learning.
Oh,
you're
weren't privy to that?
She's just oblivious to everything.
And I'm going to take a quick sidetrack. There's a great podcast I listen to where he does a segment called Neon Signs. Like people that miss, it's usually like reminiscing, like when you were in high school, you missed the neon sign that said, "Hey, so and so was interested in you," and things like that. So what you're saying is maybe Madison
I can't
needs.
see neon.
Okay, you can't see neon. You're colorblind.
She's colorblind
Perfect.
to neon.
That's all we'll say about it. All right, good.
And Madison, is there any fair warnings that you need to throw out there right now? Anything you need to address or put out there on the table in terms of anything?
Well, this girl right here, anyone that wants to try to hit on me, this girl right here, you're going to have to deal with her.
Okay.
My number one right here. I'll mark you. I'll mark you.
All right, fair enough. That makes perfect sense.
So who does the most driving? Is there someone? Oh, really?
She might have drove like 3 hours this year.
Well, that's because I got a speeding ticket for going 10 over.
I wasn't sure
In
if
the
because
middle
she
of
was
nowhere.
under 16, maybe just.
No,
She's a road warrior, like,
Yeah.
respect.
I learned from the best, Eric McCabe. Shout out.
Yeah, Emacs on the board chatting.
Yeah, you guys got all sorts of fans, of course. We've got Durko, we've got Millsy, Luke, Dana.
Yep, I saw Sarah Holcomb was on here saying that she, she's missed you guys. So.
Yep. Now, sorry, there's all sorts of funny things being said out there.
We can't see any of them.
Yeah,
No.
that's kind of the best part.
Yeah,
actually.
that's probably best that way.
No, we're just kidding. What else are you guys looking for in tournaments? Where do you go after? What are we looking at? Glass blown? Are you just following the national tour around, or let everyone know what your plans are? You don't have to give everybody the exact date and location of where you're going to be every day, but give us your tour plans.
Well, we were going from Glassblown to California.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Madison's birthday week, so she has a whole big agenda for us. You want to talk about that?
Well, we're gonna go to Denver to see my cousin Catherine. I don't know if she's watching. Hey, and then we're gonna go to Zion National Park, the Grand Canyon, and then we'll mosey into California right before Daisy Chains.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, there was like 5 things.
No, that's later. Oh wait, we're going to somewhere that Jacko.
Oh, we're going
Big Bend.
with Jacko.
Big Bend.
No, Horseshoe Canyon.
Horseshoe Canyon. That's
Yeah.
it. So,
I mean, you guys have it clearly together.
Yep.
Clearly.
Well, I don't have
if
my
we
planner.
don't put it in the planner, whoa.
It's in the car.
Madison, now, again, I know you haven't toured and played as much disc golf as Paige, so what are you most looking forward to this year? Like, what... Wow,
Oh my God.
didn't mean to strike a chord.
Is someone Snapchatting you? Is that what it is?
No. Well, yeah, all of the above.
Yeah, okay.
The Kelsey, I'm scared. but
I think they're scared of you. You're a
looking
creeper.
forward I'm looking forward to what I've really fallen in love with the sport with Paige she knows everyone everywhere we go. I've fallen in love with Paige. No, she knows everyone with the sports. So everywhere we go, people are so nice and so friendly and so open, and they open their house to us. They open literally everything to us and let us just come in. So it's nice to meet all these people, and obviously seeing the courses. Disc golf courses are always on really beautiful properties, so it's nice to see the courses as well. And then it would be really awesome to kind of, see a little bit more improvement as the year goes on in my game too. So working on that.
And you recently picked up a new sponsor?
Oh, yes. Innova. Yay! My true loves.
Okay. You want to elaborate on that
And
or no?
They've treated me really well. I just got my final little shipment in. I have just a whole lot of discs right now. I'm trying to learn a lot of stuff I've never thrown before, because I used to only throw like 3 different molds or 4 different molds. So I'm trying a whole bunch of new stuff. Obviously learning backhand, that opens up another door for a bunch of new discs as well. And then I've been learning new putters and all this. So it's just like a whole stack of stuff. So I've had to do some field work. I've had to like kind of switch my bag up all the time during practice rounds, trying to figure everything out. But I found just almost too much stuff that I like. It's just there's too much stuff to pick from, and everything works pretty well. So I'm trying to now narrow it all back down and dial it in and really start to learn my bag instead of all 100 other.
Just get a bigger bag.
Yeah.
She has a small grip bag, which you should get a bigger one.
Yeah.
So if a bag sponsor wants to sponsor her, that's a good plug right there.
We're fine with that. You know what? You guys need all the help you can get. Feel free to push your sponsors and promote them and ask for more.
Yeah.
You know, if they're out there, we're here to help.
What do you need to do, Madison? What do you need to do to beat Paige? What area of your game do you need to work on? Where does she beat you?
Get her to practice less.
I think a baseball bat to the left knee.
The left one. Okay.
Just kidding. But I think it's going to take a lot of work on my part. It's going to take Paige having a bad day and me having a good day.
I'd make a Nancy Kerrigan reference, but I don't think she'd get it.
Yeah. Little too young.
Yeah.
Oh, I know rap songs.
No, not
about Nancy Kerrigan.
Okay.
No.
Hit up with that pipe. Call her Nancy Kerrigan.
I was totally lost as to where you were going. I wasn't talking about you, Paige. I was talking more about Madison, but
Yeah.
I like that. That's
So would you guys say that karaoke is a specialty of yours or not so much?
Obviously. Care Bear.
We shut bars down.
that could be good or bad. I'm not sure.
Video? Are you going to release that video?
I don't know. Do you guys want me to?
I mean, I'm not ashamed of anything I do.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
All right.
Not so much on the laser tag, though.
Oh, you killed us.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh,
All right.
Terry!
We'll move
Terry
on.
Miller is the best disc golfer. I mean,
Thanks.
laser tag player that I have ever met in my life.
I didn't even see you in there until the very end.
I
was like,
pou-
oh, Terry is here.
He
He's
pounces
here.
like a
I
cat.
pounce like a kitten. All right. I just come out
Oh,
from
no.
everywhere, and next thing you know. Pew, 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 pew. All right. So, Paige, you've had a phenomenal year. Let's get back to real business here. You've had a phenomenal year. I don't think it can get much better right now. What has been working for you, and how are you going to maintain that?
I don't know that I can say like any specific thing. I think just like everything's clicking. Last weekend, I think I played the worst I have yet, and I noticed that it was like my release point, and like I was just late releasing, early releasing, and so I think I just need to focus on that, and I think maybe get a little bit more percent inside the circle, like hitting putts, would always helps. So
Now, when
putting practice.
when I talked to you the other night, you said that it was really wet this weekend. And do you think that directly impacted your release points? Do you feel like if you were playing in ideal conditions, I know it's tough to say, but do you feel like you were off because of the conditions, or do you feel like you're just there was something wrong with your motions?
I probably shouldn't have been, but I think because I wasn't slipping. Well, a couple times I slipped, and obviously that doesn't help. But more times than not, I thought I was gonna slip, and so
Sure.
I would throw cautiously, or just try to use all upper body and not my lower body, and so I think that kind of was a little bit of a hindrance.
Are there any odds makers out there? Is it even conceivable for you to run the table? Is it conceivable? Do you ever think about something like that for you to win every tournament you enter this year?
Sure. She could do it.
I mean, I don't think that I'm ever going to lose. Like, I don't think, like, go into a tournament thinking, like, oh, yeah, I'm probably going to lose. So, like, I think just, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question really, but.
No, I guess what.
No, I think you answered it perfect. I mean, you don't plan on losing. If you have a bad day and someone comes up in like Madison and beats you,
right.
Good for them. But you're right.
I mean, there's a lot of girls that have the capability.
Yep.
Obviously, Des shot a 44, and that round, I don't want to say like I played terrible, but I missed 4 putts inside the circle and threw one super errant shot. So even if I shot those 5 shots better, she still would have beat me by 3.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, obviously, there's girls that have the capability, which nearly everybody over 900 rated has the ability to shoot, a great round. It's just a matter of like putting all of them together in a tournament and having the mental game to hold the lead or catch up if you're behind.
Now, carrying that mentality, let's fast forward just a little bit. You guys are going to be on the road, grinding it out through the entire year. Carry that into the Worlds, Pittsburgh, the week-long event, the grind that always is. And how familiar are you guys with that area and those courses? That's not somewhere you're really accustomed to, is it, Paige?
I played the national tour there, I think 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Sarah Holcomb won it. Shout out, Sarah. Mm-hmm. It was on, I don't remember the courses' names. I think like Lorraine was one of them. I don't remember the names, but I definitely remember the holes in my head. And most of them were wooded. There was like a few open holes, but for the most part, I think it's going to be a lot of wooded golf. So I'm just going to practice on my release points. It's going to be huge in wooded golf and like mid-range / putter shots. I mean, it doesn't really matter where you play as long as you get like a good routine and you are able to see the course and practice on it beforehand.
And I've got, Madison, I've got to ask, what would mean more to you right now? A World's title, World's Championship win, or a Spike Ball World's Championship win? What would mean more to you right now?
Spike Ball is my first true love. Mm-hmm. I've loved it longer than everything else. I would love, but then again, I'm not touring around playing Spike Ball tournaments, which there is a national tour for Spike Ball. I don't know if anyone knows that.
Well,
but who cares?
Duh. What do you think we're doing every weekend? We're not covering disc golf.
Well, no, that's our Thursday night podcast. Is the Spike Ball podcast on Thursday nights?
Yeah,
so we'll invite you back.
Well, they just had their first national tour this year, so it's pretty awesome. It's spreading rapidly, not as rapidly as disc golf, and I do love Spike Ball, but I think it would be way more awesome to take a world title home in disc golf. I think that would be the coolest thing ever. But it would be really close.
So, Madison, let's back up a little bit because I don't know if everyone knows. How long have you been playing disc golf? Paige has been around forever. How long have you been playing disc golf, and how did you get into it?
I played Ultimate at Southern Miss where I went to college, and some of the guys on my team got me out to play. That was probably in like 2007 or 2008. And I played a couple tournaments in the Southern Nationals in the Southeast, then played one ace race, like at an advance, and then played an ace race and won a bunch of discs. So after I got those discs, I would play with those like every once in a while until I lost all of them or gave them all away, and then just stopped playing for 3 or 4 years. And then I kind of picked it back up here about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. I picked it back up, played some Southern Nationals events, met Paige at a Southern Nationals Championships, and then went to Worlds on a whim last year. I don't really know. I just kind of decided why not, and did better than I thought I would. Managed to string together some good rounds. Met Paige again, or saw Paige again, and we kind of kept in touch. And here I am.
That's the first time we met.
We're new friends.
We're new friends.
They just got in a car together and like, hey, you're going?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going.
Hey.
Let's go together.
Sounds like a plan. But you do all the driving.
Yeah, I don't like to drive.
I just get tickets.
I like to drive. I just got a speeding ticket, so I'm trying to like pass that off.
She hasn't drove since she got the ticket.
She won't let me.
Cruise control. Set it 4 miles above. You're
Nope.
safe.
I was going 10 over.
Ooh.
It wasn't like I was being crazy.
So.
Hey, Terry.
Yeah.
Can you say hi to my fans on Snapchat?
You have fans on Snapchat. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
So what can people do to reach out to help you guys on tour? Because as Terry said, you guys are grinding it out through the year. Is there anything that people can do to help support you or get you along to the next stop or anything like that?
If you're friends with Madison on Facebook, she just posted that she would love this suitcase for her birthday. And that would help me because her suitcase fills my entire car.
It's definitely not logical the way my suitcase works.
You know, you two should just set up like a wedding registry, and then people can,
great idea.
you know, people can just support you that way. I mean, it's not actually unheard of. Put something like that out there, and then if anyone says, "Hey, how can I support you?" point them to that and say, "Oh no, I'm sorry, Terry already got me the suitcase, but you could get me the," you know, there you go.
Yeah, great idea, Johnny.
I know.
Great
That
idea.
is a great
See,
idea.
that's what we're here for, guys. We're trying to help you guys out. No? Okay. I mean, you guys...
Gas cards would be
sweet. Yeah,
Okay.
Gas is huge. Groceries. We try not to eat out as much as possible because obviously that's a way to really just blow money. But sometimes it's really hard because it's not like you have a refrigerator in your car with you. So
Yeah.
you just kind of are forced to eat out or like let lunch meat spoil constantly if you have a cooler. It's just, I don't know. There's not a real easy way around it, or inexpensive.
So did we talk about some of the you said that you guys want to see national sites. I think Ken Climo, I'm going to, be a little dated here, but Ken Climo back in the 90s said, when you're on these long car rides, get out of the car and stop at a national monument once in a while or a historic site, actually take in some of this beautiful country. Madison, do you know where they all are, or do you research them ahead of time when you guys are en route? What does it take for you guys to pull over and be like, all right, we're stopping here and we're going to check this out?
I just bat my eyes at Paige.
She knows weeks ahead of time. She's like, oh my gosh, we're going to be right by blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, great.
So it's safe to say...
I have like a running list of stuff that I want to check off. Because the United States, there's so much cool stuff everywhere. So,
Sure.
I mean, what better opportunity, I mean, we don't have a lot of time between tournaments, so we definitely don't, fully explore. But we can, hit them up, see some pretty stuff, and continue on the way.
In your past years of traveling, Paige, have you done much of that? Or is this kind of a new thing? Or have you guys basically been tournament to tournament, practice, hang out in the city, and then to the next event?
The first year I went on tour, I think was 2009, but it might have been 2010. We did a lot of that, and I think I was with Eric McCabe, and I think he knew, this is my first time, let me show you this, this, and this, and then, the second year, we had already seen it all, because, you pretty much go to the same places, because the tournaments are established and all that, so, we were kind of more into practicing and getting there quick, so that we could have a rest day. Mondays typically drive throughout the whole day. Tuesday, you're kind of resting because you just drove. And then you just have to slam in practice rounds just so you can at least see the course. And I don't know, this year we're kind of doing it different. And I actually have enjoyed this year more than any other year. So I don't mind not practicing as much.
No crying. Smashbox has a no crying policy.
Well, that's going to be tough for me.
Wow.
Oh. You can only cry, it's kind of like sports. You only cry if you win a big event or lose a big event. That's the only time you're allowed to cry.
Yeah.
I need to take that advice. No, but I think when we get to the part of the year that everything's more stacked, we're going to not be able to do that much stuff. Because, there's a point where we have to drive from Oregon to Colorado to Massachusetts because the national tours are 2 weeks apart, and then Rocky Mountain's right in the middle. And, that's one of her favorite events, and, it's a women's tournament, so it'll be great. But it's just, we can't really afford to spend time doing all the fun stuff when we have to really pound out long drives like that and try to squeeze in practice rounds as well.
So a question that I have would be, in a perfect world, what would be your way to travel and to tour? I mean, would it be a driver and you're in the back of a limo? Would that be on a tour bus? Would that be in a plane? Like, if money wasn't an object, what would be kind of your ideal touring situation for the two of you?
A party bus with Steve Mills.
Wow. Okay.
And-
Just Mills. That's it. We're
Just
done.
Mills.
Just you two and Mills.
I got news for you guys. You're in for a long year
Yeah.
if it's just you two and Mills.
That's right.
No, just like, I think it would be cool. I mean, we see every, like, disc golf, like the touring disc golfers are our family, basically. We see, it's like, it's really strange to think about, like, oh, hey, I just saw you yesterday in, Texas. Now we're in California together. Like, it's so strange. And so it's kind of cool to travel, with your extended family. So I think it would be cool. We were talking about getting a school bus and taking all the seats out and just, like, charging everyone to get in it. That'd
Yeah.
be cool.
And then we all split gas, so it wouldn't even really be that bad.
And then you'd have like a pool or some
Yeah.
kind of habitat with manatees, and you guys could just right. Isn't that something you like to do? No.
Yeah, that's
And
something that
somehow-
we love to do.
Yeah. Live it.
We love it.
And somehow make it to where tournaments are 2 weeks apart. That would be sweet.
Okay.
Bigger and more spread out.
Okay. Huh.
So you could actually, so that, like Worlds is a great example. Like, you have 7 rounds and you're just wore out at the end of the day, and it's like such a serious tournament that you got to get your rest, but like you're in a cool town that you haven't been in, you want to go do something, and you're just like, it's just,
Yeah, Crown Point.
sucks.
I hear you.
Yeah.
well,
I don't know. That's never.
Portland.
The dozen or so times we've gone to Worlds, it's never stopped us from
Yeah.
enjoying the town.
But you and I don't win, so that's the difference. We don't
I
win.
throw way more than they do.
You have more fun, as Steady Ed would say. Yes.
So
Do you feel like, and I think that's a very valid response, talking about going to the every other weekend. Do you feel like we need all of these tournaments in between so that it's more viable for people to survive? I mean, not everyone wins every tournament they enter, Paige. So playing every weekend is kind of a way to help themselves on the tour. Do you see, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. But the national tour,
Okay.
maybe every
sure.
or whatever, because like we played the Memorial in, what was that, the first week in March, I think?
Yep.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Or the last week in February, and we haven't had a national tour since. And so it's like, instead of stacking them all towards the end of the year, why don't they just put some between the last week in February and now?
Instead of putting one in Oregon and one in Massachusetts right next to each other.
Yeah,
right
a
before
50-hour
Worlds.
drive
Yeah.
with a week and 3 days to do it. Sweet. Good
Um,
job there.
It's gonna be fun.
So, well, and then naturally, I know it's been talked about for years. Sometimes, Johnny McRae was a great example. Last year, he just flat out skipped going out to Vibram, because everything was happening on the West Coast, and it just didn't make sense for him in the RV to go all the way east and then go back west again. I guess I've got a couple other questions to that, but one of my original question was going to be, before we got off on that, would be, do you guys see any way to help plan things out? I mean, there's, we see, Valerie Jenkins helping with like the women's committee, and we've seen Avery Jenkins, sitting out on the board, and we've seen Dave Felberg sitting out on the board. Does anybody ever come to you guys, we'll say, for advice or input or thoughts as to, how to make the tour, for instance, a little more cohesive and flow?
No, I think that's because it's not. It's different TDs. Like, if you look at any given weekend, there's like 30 tournaments, average, probably about 30 tournaments. So that's 30 different TDs. So I don't even know how many TDs there are in the PDGA. So they would all have to talk to each other and all have to do that. And so I don't think it's organized well enough in that sense. But, like I said, I think it should be harder to be a TD.
Sure.
There should be like instead of one little test, I think there should be like a 10 series test, like part test, and you have to pay, and whatever you got to do, whatever it is. I'm not a scientist, but it should be harder.
Yeah. Well, and I know some of the things you said. I know when we were at the Nick Hyde, you had mentioned for Matt Seary, for instance, some of the things that you pointed out that you really liked that he had done. For instance, having the payouts posted before the final round, which is something that, all TDs, I think, are required.
Before the tournament even started.
Yeah. Which, if your event is sold out, that makes it a little bit easier to do.
Yeah.
So he had that luxury. So things like that can be nice. What are some of the other things that you really like? I know before you just talked about, cold water on the courses. What are some of the things that a TD, can do to maybe entice you? Because I'm sure you guys get lots of people, maybe not after tonight, but lots of people probably reach out to you guys and say, hey, come. I'm just kidding. Hey, come to our, come to our event. We want you here. We want you guys, to take in this A tier, this, really great B tier. What are some of the things that really entice you to come that way or to try out a new event?
A lot of times it's word of mouth. Like if we haven't been to the tournament before, it's word of mouth. And that's kind of this weekend at Pendiri's, or however you say it. We haven't been there, so it's kind of word of mouth, and it just happens to be on the way. So, but I think just being accommodating and just really showing that they want us to be there. And like Matt Seary, the reason his tournament filled, he messaged everyone, told them how, this is what's going to happen. You can look at my event from last year and I'll prove it. And, he got everyone there. And I think he was, just because his event filled is not the only reason he could put the payout up. I think if, like last one, for example, they knew that they were going to fill at 900. I think it's relatively easy, I would think, to just put, okay, if our tournament fills, this is projected what the payout would be. And I think that would draw a lot of people in.
Absolutely.
And then, do it on the, on the fewer, or how do you, what am I talking about? On the short side, that way if they don't,
Oh, yeah, you're saying worst case scenario or, minimum. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The leaster.
Leaster.
It's like a cribbage term.
I don't know about that.
Sheepshead term.
Sure. Madison, how about you? Or anything else that you need to add to that?
I always, whenever I was making my little list at the beginning of the year, when I finally was like, oh, I'm going to do this. I looked, I got on Disc Golf Course Review and looked at some of the courses as well. And the only time I had played, before I started doing this, I had only played on tournaments mostly in Georgia, PDGA events mostly in Georgia and a little bit in Florida as well. And the only reason I went to those is because they were close, they're reachable, and for me to drive, get off work and drive. And then also just because I had a lot of people that I knew doing that. But now when you open up the whole country and look at all these tournaments all together, obviously logical is a huge thing and where it is along your tour route. But also, like I said again, I keep harping on this, but how the courses are, when you have a pretty nice course in an area that's appealing.
Nature.
A butterfly course, as we'll call it. We'll just call it a butterfly course. It's all right.
I feel like that's really appealing, and it, it is nice when someone sends you a message and hey, you should check this out. Here's a personal invitation. I took the time, But I'm still pretty new to all this, so I'm kind of learning as I go along.
Well, and that was. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, more than anything, I think it's the preparation for the tournament.
Yeah.
It could only be $50 for first place, as long as they have the course set up when we get there. Because nothing's worse than driving purposely through the night just so that you could get there early to practice, and then the course isn't set up. That's one of the most frustrating things ever.
Especially when you could have spent an extra day
out of bounds.
Yeah.
And Matt Seary too released a caddy book early too, and that was really nice to have and just check out. Even before we went to the courses, we had a nice informative caddy book available online, so that was really cool.
Yeah, if you guys get to a course and you can't practice or things aren't set up, you could have spent a whole nother day doing other things that Madison really wanted to do instead of practicing.
That's right.
Exactly.
So how many pro women are on the tour, and how do we get more?
that number is like kind of changing always depending on the event.
Sure.
Like
what region it's in.
Yeah,
but like,
But let's say,
if
you know,
it's
truly
any
touring
given
women.
region, the touring, let's say 8-ish,
Okay.
10 maybe.
And
it's like I wouldn't be able to do this if I wasn't like with Paige. Like it's not really to like be on tour. It's not really something that you can just jump in by yourself.
yeah.
Because the only reason I can do this is because she knows people that place weekend stay, how everything works. You know, like she has connections that you kind of have to make this work. Like just approaching it as a newcomer, I can see how that would be kind of intimidating.
And I get my follow-up then to that still is, how do we get more women on the tour? You know, there's 20, 30 men that are pretty much touring full-time, maybe 40 or 50-ish, you know, for the most of the year. How do we get more than 8 to 10 is probably definitely on the higher side. How do we get double or triple that?
It starts out with introducing more women to the sport, obviously. And Val does go with that with Disc Golf for Women, and like the Texas Women's we just played, that introduces lots of new women.
In South Florida, Valerie Bradley in South Florida, she's like the biggest. Her and Michelle are both huge in the Southeast, and it's just we don't really have a very big disc golf community in the Southeast. So like stuff like they're doing, they have little clubs that they're setting up and really getting a lot of people started.
But after you
Women.
introduce them to it, it's a matter of like how far they want to take it. So you can introduce as many women as you can, but unless they don't have the drive to travel and compete, then they're not going to do it. So, you can't push that on somebody.
Well, and Kyle Spratzi, a Smashy out here, chimed in on the board. He said there's 7 pro women at your event this weekend, so you two are essentially a third of the field, and you're sitting next to each other in a grocery store. But you're a third of the field. You know, that's got to be kind of discouraging. There's not a lot of money to win. You know, let's say Madison has the weekend of her life and wins by 30 strokes. Unfortunately, it's just 6 other women that she's competing against. You know, we'd love to see more women, but it doesn't. Whatever's been tried, and yes, we're seeing some increase in women numbers, but whatever's been tried for the last 25 years I've been involved, it doesn't seem to be working. We've seen more money put into the purses. We've seen great things like, the women's global event, which for one day has an amazing turnout, and we see a lot of increase in the women's only tournaments. But overall, we're not really seeing, some of the numbers, relate at other events.
The women's only events. It's like regionally, like
Exactly.
They'll do it because it's close and it's one weekend and a lot of people work.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to tour the country.
Well, I think it's going to be. It's got to be a couple little things come together. I think there needs to be more money from the sponsors towards women.
Yeah.
To help to help them get by and make ends meet for tours. There has to be more. You get more. The sponsors hand more pro women money. There'll be a few more of them touring. Not a lot, but a few. You need more regional action as far as introducing, like I said, introducing women to the sport. And I think there's a couple little things you can do that'll help out. It's not going to be an overnight success.
Well, it hasn't been an over decade
it
or
hasn't been
over 2 decade success either.
No, I understand. But
Well, it's one of those things like depending on how the rest of this year goes. Like I don't know if I'll be able to do it again next year because like I saved up over the winter. Like I worked at a restaurant this winter and it was booming during the winter time and I saved. That's the only reason I can do this right now, and it's my savings that I'm kind of going off of.
Yeah, and
it's not something that you go into thinking that you're going to make any money or even barely break even.
Yeah.
So it's not the friendliest thing
proposition.
to go into
And
unless you're kind of feeling adventurous and ready to kind of take a chance. It's not,
but you get all the free ice you want.
Make it rain. Make it hail. Is that what you're doing?
make it hail.
Oh God!
It actually we do have to note it is February. It is April 21st, and it literally was snowing here in Wisconsin.
It was like a sleet.
Yeah, it's going to be snowing at this tournament we're going to.
In New Mexico.
Sweet.
Yeah, snow in the forecast.
So what do you guys think about that?
Hate it.
I don't know.
Does
I don't
Madison
do-
have
I've never
extra
seen
stuff
snow.
in her suitcase
What?
for that?
You said you've never seen snow?
I saw snow in Mississippi once, but I don't even think it counts as snow because it was more like rain. I think.
Yeah, you've
like
never. So
sleet.
you've never seen like an accumulation, is what you're saying? Kind
I
of
know
like.
I've never seen it
It
like
was
falling.
snowing on
Oh.
us after we left Memorial, but she was sleeping.
Oh. Well, we're-
And she opened. I said, Madison, it's snowing. It's snowing. She opened her eyes.
well, Lord
I-
knows you
I-
weren't going to let her drive.
Yeah. So.
Oh God.
No. Will you ever get your driving privileges renewed, or will you
Yeah.
know? When
think-
are you going to be off Paige
You
probation?
have to earn it.
I think I will tonight actually because we got a good long one ahead of us, and we haven't been really driving that much the past couple weeks. We've been in Texas pretty much the whole time, so it's all a little short bursts. We're about to
Yeah.
start, doing our long drives where she's gonna have to take a break whether she likes it or not.
Who are you guys going to be meeting up with?
You never see me on 5 Hour Energy.
Who are you guys going to be
Jeez.
meeting up with when you arrive at your destination? Anyone in particular? I mean, like you said,
Mexico?
yeah. I mean, you've mentioned Madison that Paige knows a lot of people everywhere you go. But is there any people in particular that you're I don't want to say hooking up with, but any other people you guys are going to be aligning with for the next few weeks in particular?
Well, we've never been to New Mexico for a tournament,
Okay.
so I don't really know like any locals or anything. But
I kind of put this one on the radar, like sort of last minute.
yeah.
So
But the huge.
this will be a hotel weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
One of few.
one of my best friends that used to live here in Plano, not here in this grocery store, but in Plano. She moved to Denver, so I haven't seen her in a while, but she's going, so we're staying with her.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Well, very cool.
Oh, and Drew.
Oh, yeah. You guys are
Obviously.
droolers. You're droolers.
Drew Gibson.
We are droolers.
All right, ladies, this is the prime opportunity for you guys to thank any sponsors or beg for any sponsors, or thank any sponsors and supporters you guys have out on the tour. Any shout outs you need to give?
Show two.
Oh my god.
And hi mom, dad, Jordan, my sister.
Hey.
Is your family watching?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Paige, sponsors,
Hey,
supporters.
Beth is my mom and her mom.
Hey, Mom.
Okay, that's it.
Thanks Smashbox for
Yeah, always. Thanks, Tear Bear.
thanks for covering us at tournaments.
No problem.
Thanks, Pick and Save, for letting us hang out at their grocery store.
Yeah. We're gonna go get some coffees and hit the road.
All right. Well, ladies, we appreciate you guys joining us. It was pretty awesome that you found a good place that you could get some pretty solid internet signal.
and took the time out of driving. They could have been another hour on the road if it weren't for us.
Yes.
So
Doing sand angels in the white sands or wherever you're going, or chasing butterflies around. So
Best case.
Damn, he just called you an angel.
I don't know.
Aw.
No crying. All right. All right, Madison and Paige, thanks again for joining us. Drive safely, and us too. Scary enough, us too will be seeing you guys in about 8 or 9 days.
Yeah.
Are you
So
going
what's-
to the last one?
GBO, we'll both be there. Yeah.
We'll both be there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, ladies.
Bye bye.
All
We
right.
had fun.
Thanks. Have a great night,
See
guys. Thanks for
ya.
joining us. All right, so just about as entertaining as we thought they would be.
Oh my gosh, we need a regular segment with those two.
I don't know if we want that. Watch what you're saying.
Maybe a regular after show segment with those two.
Yeah, okay, maybe. But and I didn't even bring it up, but for any of those that don't know, when I had interviewed Madison earlier in the year at the
It was at the
Memorial,
Memorial, yeah. Yeah.
I went on and on talking to her, going on and on with her, and more than once I referred to her as Madison Rast.
Yes, you kept calling her by the wrong name.
By the wrong name, even though I've met her and known her for more than a year.
Yep.
And
I've got the video. We'll play it at some point.
someday. Yeah, so it's kind of funny because Madison Rast is a golfer out of the Philadelphia area. I used to run the Philly Open, so when I hear Madison, I was putting Madison Rast together in my head instead of calling her, obviously, Madison Walker, and it's become kind of this funny joke. And so if you ever... I feel like now it's in my head subconsciously that I could legitimately address her and not even jokingly call her Madison Rast again. So look for that mistake sometime soon. I'm sure people, the people all get on the Facebook in the chat and then let you know that you screwed up. They let you know instantly. Let me tell you that. But so it may happen. But of course, thanks for joining us. They're having fun. Dana said it. We said it. They proved it. They're having a good time out on the tour, and it's awesome that they had family tuned in and watching. That's one thing, we've said that before. That's one thing we really like here on the show is we may be featuring a card or any given player, superstar or not, and their parents and other family members tune in usually to our live broadcast, not necessarily the podcast.
Correct.
But I think that's one of the most satisfying things that we do and gratifying things that we can do.
Yeah, I love being behind the computer here, watching the chat, and then seeing someone like, oh, that's my son or that's my daughter, because it's not always obvious. It's not always the same name.
Sure.
So sometimes you don't get that, but so.
Looks like we may be able to, we've talked obviously quite a bit about the glass blown open. And again, we don't have Zoe's segment tonight. So we may or may not be able to get Cool Daddy Slick Breeze on here just for a few minutes to give us some glass blown open details or maybe a little preview of some of the sweet action, as I like to say, as to what's going to be going on over at the glass blown in just 7 days. That's crazy.
I know it's
When's
coming.
the last time? This is actually kind of funny, especially for people that know us. When's the last time you and I got in a car together for this long of a trip?
For this long of a trip?
Yeah, it's been a while.
I know it sounds crazy, but I think it's been something like, it might have been Worlds in Iowa.
Oh gosh, that's 2004. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and for this
I mean,
long
we've been
of a
on
trip,
a lot
we've
of
been
trips
a lot of
together.
shorter trips, and within the state we've done quite a few, but an actual like
legitimate
hardcore road trip.
Really?
Yeah, because I remember thinking on our way to, or maybe it was Kansas City.
Okay.
It could have been Kansas City at some point for some reason.
Yeah, it could have been.
I remember thinking like, I'm old. I'm not riding in a car for more than 6 hours or 8 hours. Like, I'm going to take a flight. I've got a real job. I'm a real person. I'm going to just get in a car and rather than getting in a car and go.
You're going to fly.
I'm going to fly.
We have done a lot of flying, I guess, but yeah, road tripping used to be something that we did quite extensively for many of our earlier, we'll say, Paige and Madison years. Those young and crazy kids. And
we just need Cool Daddy Slick Breeze to send us his video, and we'll be good to go.
We can't have
we can't have that face not on camera.
Oh,
come on,
that is beautiful.
Come on.
And joining us here on the show is Bobby Brown, Cool Daddy Slick Breeze. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing really well.
Great.
Yeah. So, Paige and Madison. I don't know if you watched all of that. But
yeah, I did.
Can we blame a little bit of EMAC? We see him on the board. Can we blame him? Did he kind of groom Paige into that tour?
Yeah.
That tour monster that she is.
I don't know. I mean, Eric and I can have some fun, but I don't know that we are giggly and bubbly like that.
I'd like to see you like that, though. I think I'd like to see you and EMAC kind of hanging out, being giggly and bubbly.
So what's going on, buddy? We're psyched for next week, but why don't you give everyone your take on what everyone can expect?
Well, everybody at the Dynamic Disc crew is working nonstop, getting ready for the 900 people that are coming out to Emporia, Kansas. I know Eric McCabe is out getting the courses looking the best it can be, and they are looking very nice. The warehouse people are getting all the stuff ready for people to come visit and getting the players pack items ready so that the people can be really excited when they get here. I've done some interviews with some people in the community in the town, and a lot of the shops are getting ready for us as well. And so it's just a huge, the DD staff is getting ready, the town is getting ready. Everybody is ready to welcome all 900 plus people to the town.
Well, and again, we haven't been there, so I feel a little naive in even asking this, but is there anything non-disc golf going on in that town while we're there for the week? I mean, do the banks even stay open? I mean, there's just a bunch of broke disc golfers there. Like, is everything disc golf everywhere you go?
Well, just about during that week. I mean, there's just such a neat community that you'll see signs at Freddy's restaurant that says "Welcome Disc Golfers." So the whole town kind of knows that disc golfers are there. If I've heard stories of people going through drive-through restaurants at McDonald's and them noticing they have disc golf hats on or a brand, and they'll say, "How are you playing? How are things going out on the course?" And so everybody's aware of disc golf, so it's really cool. Now, there's other things that you can do. I mean, we're going to have a movie night, so the family members come during that week. They can go see a movie. We're going to have a bowling night, so people can go bowl. I know there's a little, we haven't done anything directly with the zoo, but there's actually a little zoo out there. So if you bring your family members out there, if you come early, there's actually things for you to do that's non-disc golf for some of the family members that are traveling with disc golfers.
Well, and I think one of the challenges, and Paige alluded to it earlier, and it's something I can echo, Worlds Week, for instance, is a lot of golf. And I like that it's a lot of golf, and usually the best player at the end of the week wins. So that's the competition is, certainly what it's about. But at this event, it's just one round a day, and that gives a lot of time to go take in a lot of other things or simply relax. Is that all by design? Did you guys, from the get-go say, hey, let's not just make this about the golf?
Absolutely. I mean, it's an experience, as we like to call it, not just a tournament. And so, yeah, we have the one round a day, the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so that people can play their rounds. The amateur players can play their rounds and come watch the pros. And or if they decide they can go out and do things in the evening, go out and go out to eat or enjoy the town of Emporia. But yes, it is by design to get people to do more than just come for the disc golf.
What's the most fun, other than heckling us on our podcast, what's the most fun that people will have off the course this week? If you had to guess, what would you say is going to be the most fun?
Without a doubt, I'd have to say the block party. I mean, right in front of the Dynamic Disc store, the town closes off 3 blocks, and they're going to have music there. We're going to have the biggest ring of fire that I've ever seen out there, and they're going to have vendors with food and games for people to play. So it's just like a huge block party. And it's going to be on the Saturday night of the event, so everybody's done with their play and everybody's done with the tournament. And they can come out and just have a good time hanging out with about 900 people that do the same thing they do, and that's enjoy playing disc golf.
That's awesome. And I love that setup. I know for many years that before the Memorial, for instance, had moved into completing on Saturday, they used to have a nice big party on Saturday night, but there was still a final round of golf on Sunday. Now, this is, again, going back a few years. So to have it, one of the biggest festivities going on at the end when everyone can kind of relax and really enjoy themselves, I think that's great. Now, Sunday, if you're really serious and good, you may show up for some doubles action. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that was something that we put together. So, after you've played your round and it's Saturday night, you have a good time, but somebody might want to try again to win some big money. So we have for the pro teams for Sunday doubles, the top team can take away $3,000 in prize or in cash. And then for the amateur top team, they can take $1,500 in merchandise. So we're keeping the whole thing going for the entire week, all the way up through Sunday.
You and me, amateur, baby. our ratings can make that
I know.
happen.
I've been waiting this time for my whole life to just finally let my ratings slip low enough to pick up some of that sweet action on Sunday. Yeah, that's not good. So one of the cool things that we've heard or seen ahead of time, little spoiler, is that people can choose their own tee-off music. Is that what I've seen in some of the other video coverage?
Yeah, that's what's been cool, is that people can actually pick their own when they tee off. I can't remember which courses it'll be at, but one of the courses, or the course they tee off, they'll be able to hear a specific song that they pick out, and it's just kind of a really cool feeling. We'll have PA speakers set up so that everybody can hear it, but it just kind of helps people get pumped and motivated. Makes it feel that much more special when they're able to listen to their favorite song as they tee off.
I know.
And, I remember.
Oh, go ahead.
I remember from last year. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Jeremy Colling, but he had a specific kind of funny song, so it was kind of neat to see his character come out in the song that he picked. I can't remember what song it was, but it got everybody laughing. It was pretty cool.
So the question is, what song would you pick? If you were walking up to a hole, what do you want playing behind you? Like,
it's got to, my namesake, Bobby Brown, so it's got to be a Bobby Brown song.
Okay.
And I'd probably have to pick It's My Prerogative.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
A classic choice for sure.
Oh yeah.
definitely something we could get behind.
Well, what song would you guys pick?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, God, that's a great question.
I mean, how many different albums of Taylor Swift would you have available? I mean, would you have all of her early stuff?
The B-sides, the release, the unreleased tracks.
Yeah, like MTV Unplugged versions. They still do that, right? Does MTV play music videos? Just kidding. Yeah, that's a good question. What would you play? Would you, for the sake of
I'd want something-
recognition, would you play something that other people recognize, or would you play one of your little indie, never heard of garage band songs?
Ouch. No, I'm trying to think of something. I'd want something pump me up. I'd probably play. I think there's a great song by Jimmy Eat World, which most people know. It's called Intro, and it's a great intro to one of their albums. So I think something like that would be really. It's a good starter. It kind of kicks it off right. So.
Yeah, and anyone that knows me knows it would more than likely be Rob Bass. It Takes Two. I mean, that's and I mean, it takes a two or something like that is maybe what I'd have to modify it when I'm thinking about that's usually a long haul. Whatever I've seen it in the videos, and that's a really long haul. I'd be hoping to.
Could you throw and sing? We usually sing along.
Yeah, I possibly could do that.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Any karaoke? I mean, Madison and Paige. I have video which may or may not see the light of day. Steve Rico, Bobby Music, Paige doing a little just that Taylor Swift in karaoke. Is there any karaoke opportunities at the
Not
Glass
that
Blown?
I know of. No, I know there's a Applebee's in town that I can't remember what nights they do karaoke.
Uh-oh.
They actually advertise it on their sign, karaoke nights. I can't remember what night it is, but
they
maybe
may
you can hit
regret
up
that.
We'll set up shop at the block party, and I'm sure we can find some karaoke thing for our computer, and we got the speakers and the mics, so we'll set up a karaoke booth.
That would. I've always told people I've only karaoke'd twice in my life.
Once for me.
2008 Japan and 2010 Japan.
Yeah,
so those are
Japan.
the only two times I've ever
we
karaoke'd
together.
Yes. So it probably will stay at that. I don't need to be up there. So what else can we look forward to? We've got obviously your boy EMAC chiming in on the board. Is there any other things that we should be looking forward to, or how should Johnny V and I prepare ourselves? Maybe that's a good question for you.
I mean, as you know, the biggest the biggest thing is going to be the media coverage that we have for the Glassman Open. We're working with a local Emporia group to bring coverage of the top card, and then of course as a bonus, we've invited SmashBoxx to come along and give us some coverage of the chase card. Then we have Jonathan Gomez, his Jomez production. He's going to be putting together some delayed broadcasts where he will film the top card and then put together that condensed version that some people like.
Awesome.
And then, of course, we're going to have McFly So High. He's going to be covering the top women's card, which we were excited to work something out with him so that we can get equal coverage for the women on that card. And then I have myself, and then my assistant, Danny, that helps me out at Dynamic Discs, and then another gentleman coming in from Float Media Productions, and he's going to help me put together features for the live broadcast, because along with you doing your nightly podcast, we're also going to offer a wrap-up show in the evening. So we're going to hope to have highlights in the show, and it's really going to come we're really trying to approach it like a Sports Center type wrap-up show in the evening. So and then, of course, we're having Stuart Mullenberg come and do some of his photography that he likes to do. So all in all, to me, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to sound whatever, but I don't know any other event that's had as much media coverage that we're trying to put together for this year's Glassman Open. And I'm nervous about it. I'm anxious about it, but I'm excited to bring all this coverage for people to watch this amazing event.
So are you going to have, for all the people at home, are you going to have like a central location where people can go to check out all the video, maybe some of the photos, the highlights that you guys put together?
Excellent question. Yes, you can go to dynamicdiscs.tv. So normally the place that we put the Dynamic Discs TV series on there is being taken over by Glassman Open. So really easy to remember. The live coverage is going to be there. Links to both the top and the chase. And then, of course, links to any of the other coverage that the other companies bring to us. So it's going to be kind of a central place for all the media.
Cool.
Now, you said a wrap-up show. I just want to clarify, we're going to be doing the wrapping on our show. Just making sure you.
You can't promise that. I bet you Emac throws down.
Yeah, he might throw down some sick beats or something like that. Maybe not.
Eric will throw down some good old school hip hop. I know Eric.
That's what we're
He's
talking
got that
about.
old school hip hop. Yeah.
Yeah, Emac. So, and you just hit on something that we might as well clarify now, and it'll be, we'll say, obvious throughout the week. Like you said, you guys are really focused on a wrap-up show that's giving you highlights and some specifics, and you're going to be a lot more structured.
Little structured, more buttoned up than what we might be.
Yeah, you guys will be more structured than we, and we don't, we fully own that, and we'll take on to that. It was funny in some of the conversations back and forth, and you had mentioned the podcast and doing the show. You said we're going to be on 1 hour. It's going to be a 1 hour show.
Yeah.
And we took that as, we ramble on for a lot more than an hour.
What you guys couldn't see is towards the end of the Madison and Paige interview, I'm giving Terry this. Like, we got Bobby. We got to talk to Bobby at some point, unfortunately. I'd love to sit and chat with those two all night, but
so
we're going to try to concentrate more on analyzing the play of that day, specifics, and hopefully we can talk some of those big names that are coming into the studio and letting us interview them and actually ask them questions about the play of the day. And we just want to keep it a little more rigid, a little more tight scheduled, an hour show, so that we can kind of rest and then get ready for the next day.
Wow, sounds like they're going to do real work. Jeez, very ambitious. Well, and you had said it before, and we're super excited about it. It sounds like you guys have all this coverage in so many different mediums, and then have us come in. We're not going to have as many resources as the group that you're working with, but just the fact that we're going to be there with a single camera. I'll be doing commentary. I'm not going to be sick this time, hopefully. I'll be doing commentary and just kind of giving that bonus footage. I don't think we can really go wrong. There's going to be sweet action on the leader card, and as we know, anybody, you have such a stacked field that we might see some of the best golf on the second card, or it may even happen on the third card where no one is covering.
Yeah.
But
Right.
we can't cover every single group, but it's been a monumental effort on your part, and it's really exciting to see. I think the entire sport of disc golf should be watching and seeing what's going on at the glass blown because of the efforts that you guys have put in.
it's going to set a new standard. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be hard to live up to this at some point.
Yeah, you guys.
Well, that was kind of the motivation. You mentioned that is that there's times where somebody, your favorite player may not be in the top card, but you want to see how they play.
Mm-hmm.
And so we thought, well, let's get coverage of the chase card. I know myself when I cover tournaments, some of the dynamic disc tournaments, it's happened to me where I'm the only person out there with a video camera, and so I'm filming the top card, and then someone from the third card will win the entire tournament, and I'm like, dude, you just screwed up my entire tournament coverage.
Yep.
I'm not going to have any footage of you. So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, congrats to the winner, but it's still from a
That's-
editing standpoint, it's like,
It's a nightmare.
So that's why we thought, how can we make it so that, more people can watch more of their favorite disc golfers. And naturally, we thought we got to have SmashBoxx come out and help us with the chase card. So we are excited to have you guys come to Emporia for the first time, so you can come experience what we say when we say the Glassbone Open is more than just a tournament. It's an experience.
Yep.
And then, you get to experience everything from the block party to the whole community of everybody coming together for disc golf.
Yeah, Terry doesn't let me out of the basement very often, but I made sure to make it a point that I'm heading to Emporia. So
Yeah. Another thing that I meant to mention, the way you can stay connected to the event, and one that we're really going to emphasize, is we have a tournament app where you can go on iPhone, or you can go to the iTunes store or the Google Play Store and actually search for either Glass Blown or just simply search GBO, and you'll be able to find the GBO app. And on the app, we've done everything we can to make sure it's almost like a digital caddy book, if you will, where it lists the sponsors, it lists maps to the restaurants in town, things you can do in town, the course directors or tournament directors to see for each course. It has the course maps on there with all the OB rules. It has we actually can do push notifications. We'll send out push notifications to your smartphone to kind of let you know if any changes happens or things like that. And then it also has a timeline, much like Facebook, where people can actually post photos or actually carry on conversations within the app. And so to me, I think it was just kind of a new thing to try out to make sure people, we like to over communicate if we can. And so this is a good way for us to be able to communicate with the players, especially when you have 900 plus coming out. But it's a good way that we can make sure we have another channel to communicate to our players.
So is your family going to see you that week, or did they just write? Did you send them on vacation? And be like, just I won't be around anyway.
Basically, it was. Let's see. I took my wife out last Friday to dinner.
I saw that on Facebook. I think I saw that.
Yeah. And that was kind of like, okay, hon, I'm going to take you out on Friday because I'm not going to see you for the next 2 weeks. So yeah, it's been busy nonstop for sure.
And that's what you got to do. And I'll attest to your app, which I have downloaded a few weeks ago. And then the other day I got a little panicked because I didn't realize that I hadn't booked a hotel room, and then I booked the wrong week and so on and so forth. And I made a comment saying, is there anything available? And then immediately somebody's got to call me out and say, no, nobody's going to share a room with you. You snore. So these people are on top of it, and then ultimately ended up getting a room and everything's good to go there. But it was great because just like you said, there's that social interaction and people can help one another out. And obviously that, that way to communicate is just another added bonus. And with 900 people, it's awesome that there's one specific resource that people know they could go to and check everything out. So that's been pretty awesome as well.
Absolutely. I definitely encourage, even if someone's not going to be at the tournament, to go ahead and download the app, because we're going to be posting photos on there all the time, possibly doing, see if I can talk Jeremy Rusko into let me do some giveaways on the app. So we want people to, no matter if they're here or not here, still having fun, having the GBO experience through the app.
One of the questions, well, we'll get to the board. Yeah. Well, here, first of all, EMAC on the board says, show off that sick shirt. So apparently you've got...
Oh, yeah. I'm wearing my Ralph Wear t-shirt.
Ralph Wear t-shirt. Yeah. And for those of you that don't know, Eric McCabe's dog is Ralphie, so sweet shirt there. One of the questions that I had was live scoring. I mean, we got all this video going on. Do you guys plan to have those specific cards scored, or do you think you're going to have more than those? What's kind of the plan there?
The plan for live score, we're definitely going to have... Well, we're kind of debating whether we want to do kind of like we did last year, where we had the Twitter accounts that kind of did the live scoring that PDGA does.
Sure.
Since we're having the live coverage, do we really need the Twitter live scoring? So that's something we're still kind of, even though we're getting so close, there's so many of those type of decisions that that get made at the last minute just because we debate whether they really are necessary or not. So we're still kind of talking over those little specific details of whether or not they're necessary, since we're bringing in so much live coverage and other media coverage.
Okay.
I mean, and that's, as you know, that's another volunteer. That's another person, and that's, that's not just a should we do it or shouldn't we? That's not just a coin flip. That's that's
some
resources.
Calculated effort there, and
there's some resources that need to go into that everything. So
right.
All right, we are going to be arriving. I'm going to guess if we're leaving just under 7 days from now, probably Tuesday night. We're going to be leaving Tuesday night, arriving sometime late Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning. Anything else we should know about or be concerned about? I don't know if neither of us have any Madison speeding problems. So I don't, any other?
It's been a while since I've had a speeding ticket. So
tips or tricks for our journey? Anything else we need to make sure we bring or prepare? We have the luxury that we're going to have a vehicle that we're driving down. Anything else that we should be concerned about?
No, I just encourage everybody to come down and check out the town, check out the different restaurants that help support us. Take a drive around and take a look at some of the signs welcoming disc golfers. It's really cool. If you have a chance, come by the Dynamic Disc Warehouse and check out the 20,000 square foot warehouse we have, just full of plastic. So it's just an amazing experience. I'm looking at the weather, and the weather's looking like it's going to be really nice. So it's going to turn out to be a really nice time for sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for giving us the updates and all the final tips and tricks and things that our viewers and us that we can look forward to when we're going to be down there.
Absolutely. One last plug. Don't forget, when you're finished listening to your Smashbox podcast, head on over to discgolfanswerman.com and check out me and Eric as we answer all your disc golf questions on the Disc Golf Answer Man.
All right. Yeah, you guys should definitely do that. 'Cause I don't think we answer any questions. I think we just babble. So you probably should
If
go
we
listen.
are answering questions, don't listen to whatever we answer.
Good point. All right,
probably
Cool
not a
Daddy
good thing.
Slick Breeze.
All
Thank
right,
you so much
thanks,
for
guys.
joining us. We'll see you in a week, buddy.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Take care. All right. So as he said, go check out Disc Golf Answer Man. I wonder, yeah, they probably got a lot of answers. Maybe we should have them on as our featured guests every week so they can just answer questions for us.
I think we should just, they've got their wrap-up show. We should just sneak up and photobomb them behind and just like do our podcast. Like, all right, our turn.
Yeah, can we get in on this?
Can we get in on this? You guys look like you know what you're doing.
It should be a lot of fun. We hope that everyone can take in. I mean, you're almost gonna need the week off if you're employed. You're gonna need the week off just to take it all in. If you're not gonna be there, and there's gonna be live coverage.
I took Wednesday through Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, and then I may take Monday off, depending on what happens.
Me too.
So.
But really, honestly, with all of the things going on down there, you're going to have live coverage from the leader card. You're going to have live coverage, our bonus coverage coming from the second card. You're going to have, as he said, post-round productions put up by a couple different talented artists. You're going to have nightly shows. You're going to have, as they said, a buttoned-up professional one, and then ours.
I love ours.
There's going to be so much to take in.
We'll get more viewers if we can get Paige and Madison on every night. I think we'll be fine. Otherwise, I'm not so sure.
We'll stay away from that Dynamite guy. I don't know what he's doing for us. All right, let's wrap up a few more things here tonight. Very exciting stuff that's been going on. We're going to get through this pretty quickly and maybe kind of even breeze over a few of the final details that we have out here. I'll lead. Sound good? Yeah.
Please
okay.
do.
I'll lead. All things disc golf. Zach had put up him and I had a quick conversation yesterday, and he said Mount Rushmore of disc golf.
Top 4?
Well, Mount Rushmore
okay.
of disc golf. So think about that in that sense.
Mount Rushmore
of disc golf
is our president's.
Okay.
Probably, I guess at the time, the most influential.
Okay, that's a big word. That's a critical word, I would say, in this. Influential being a critical word. If you go to their website, they'll say influential. So that was a good word. Nice job.
All right.
So I want to know who has the most chiseled faces in this. No. Who would you put on there? Because Zach asked me.
I can't put Climo on because the ears will break off.
Hey-o.
No, I think you have to put Climo on.
Okay, debatable. Go on.
I don't think that's debatable.
Okay, go on.
No, it's not debatable. You've got Climo. You got Steady Ed for sure.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of easy.
That's just no doubt.
The third was easy for me. The fourth I was undecided on, and I'll admit since then I've read other things, but I had 1 through 3, and I'd be curious. And of course, we want other people to talk about
chime
it.
in. Yeah, I mean, I've got Steady Ed and Kenny.
Here's my thing. These are influential people. These are maybe founders.
Correct, founders, or
these are pioneers, or
these are people that. Not necessarily founders or pioneers, but these are people who significantly changed the sport.
Oh, okay.
Because look at who Mount Rushmore is. You've got Washington.
Yep.
You've got Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Jefferson.
Yep.
Washington, first president. Lincoln, emancipation. Teddy Roosevelt was. What the heck?
He did some stuff.
He did some stuff.
Speak softly, carry a big stick.
Correct. Did big Great Depression stuff, all that other good stuff. And you've got Thomas Jefferson, who was.
I've heard of him.
And he's on our dollars. He's got to be important. No. So I don't necessarily think you're founder. I mean, you've got 2 of the founders there, but the other 2 are not founders.
Okay.
So if you want to make an analogy towards Mount Rushmore,
I definitely am not thinking just sheer wins.
No, by no.
And that's immediately where this conversation has gone.
No,
within the context of his article online on allthingsdiscgolf.com. Check it out. as well as on his Facebook and then on my Facebook when I shared it. Immediately, a lot of people go to wins, and we see our message board blowing up right now, talking a lot about specifically
Like,
Macbeth.
Even if Macbeth wins 2 more,
No.
I don't think he gets on there. Not the Mount Rushmore.
No.
He's easily, if he wins 2 more, probably the second greatest player of all time.
That's still debatable.
If he wins 2 more,
Okay.
I'm saying, you know,
Yep.
right now he's right in that character with Doss and whatever. But that's
Sure.
not the question. You know, but I do think you put Climo on. It's hard not to. 10 pro world championships. You put Steady Ed on.
Yep.
I see a lot of people saying Dave Dunapace.
Yep, helping with the beveled edge disc and obviously creator of Innova.
Yep. Yes, probably Dave.
Okay.
That's probably the way to go. I mean, you could. Oh man, there's so many back there because you could say Stork. You could say.
Any women come to mind? I mean, if you're talking influential, are you talking? Does that include your Juliana Corvers? Does that include your Elaine Kings?
I would say Elaine King over Corver.
Okay.
Elaine was there just a little before her.
Okay, she was there before her.
Yeah.
Vanessa Chambers is an old school name.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
But did they significantly change the sport? Is my thought. You know, Juliana had her run, followed up by Dez's run, followed up by Val's run. And
then Paige's run.
And then Paige's run. I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah, with the women, it's a little more
like almost like passing a baton.
You
know, and now we've got Paige and Kat going back and forth, but I don't necessarily think that Juliana. I don't know Elaine's history quite as well, but I don't think Juliana necessarily changed the sport.
I think Juliana was.
She was
very influential.
She was influential in like a lot of because she was on the board and she did a lot of things, but I don't necessarily know if she would belong up there. If there was a woman, maybe it's a coin flip between her and Elaine.
Okay.
Just because of the extra stuff that Juliana has done.
Yeah,
but Elaine's been involved as well. So
yeah. And then Vanessa Chambers again. A lot of people, and I'll be the first to admit, I don't know Vanessa nearly as well as I know even Elaine or Juliana. But Vanessa Chambers' name, she had done stuff way before our time and was very influential.
I know that I see a lot of people putting UC up there.
Okay.
I don't think. I know he's been big on the European scene. Now, do we disqualify him because he's European? It's Mount Rushmore. Or are you just talking disc golf?
No, I think it's fair enough to say. I mean, one of the easy places we could start with this is you look at the PDGA Hall of Fame, and you kind of you could work it backwards from there.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to. I mean, somebody could say Chuck Kennedy between the literally hundreds of courses he's designed.
The rating system.
And then the rating system. I mean, anyone within our PDGA Hall of Fame immediately has some nod.
Yeah.
But obviously...
I mean, just looking at some of my black discs, I don't think you're going to see Jim Oates up there. I don't think you would see Don Wilczek up there.
Sure.
They're both, great players and good ambassadors and, old school, but not Mount Rushmore.
Okay. So I'll give you a little insight. My immediate 3 that I felt were no-brainers is Steady Ed. Somebody actually said Somebody said Steady Ed shouldn't be on there, which it made me want to punch my computer screen. So Steady Ed. I said Climo.
Yeah.
And again, I know I almost sound contradictory because I don't think it's play. I'm not picking Climo just because of his play. I'm picking Climo because of his impact.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
he's had the KC discs,
his impact on the game.
He kind of he brought the sport
Rushmore monument. If we're talking about again, now this is a totally different conversation. When you say, "Oh, the greatest 4 of all time," that's clearly a total. Levon Wolf, PDJ 570, 580, sorry, chimed in on Zach's actual wall of the article and said that the other no-brainer that he puts on there, he agreed with my first 3, ironically.
Yeah.
His other no-brainer was Tom Monroe. And Tom, who's got 19 world titles of sorts, he said literally was, the Johnny Appleseed planting in courses, doing things. I think Tom was involved with early, disc sales and distribution, but also putting in courses, doing how-to videos. All of those types of things are what Tom was involved with. And again, It's a little more regional because he's from the South, so you and I...
Yeah, we wouldn't know
even
him
though we
as
got
well.
in relatively early in the mid to early 90s.
Yeah.
Tom was on the other side of the country, and we didn't have the internet.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and it's,
but
he wasn't winning Open, so you didn't hear his name. He might have been winning other divisions, but
sure
wasn't winning Open, so he didn't have the name recognition.
Yeah, but he's done so many other things, and then I again, this isn't a greatest players of all time list because otherwise, what I would have to then think too is someone like a Greenwell.
Greatest players, you put, Climo, Greenwell.
Ooh, it's gonna get awkward in here.
Right now,
Juliana.
I
5 world titles.
5 open world titles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say probably Juliana.
Elaine King with 5 or more.
Yeah, that's tough.
Saying.
Because when we came on, Juliana was the big name. We kind of caught the tail end of Elaine and into the Juliana. So that's tough for us. Someone 10 years older than us might hands down say Elaine.
Sure.
But for us, Juliana is the woman that kind of was there for us, so to speak. So yeah, that's
let's okay,
tough.
just for the sake of argument. Okay, so anyways,
maybe
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say Kenny and Greenwell, Elaine and Juliana.
Okay, if you're talking greatest players and you want to be PC and split it up men women or not,
sure.
Because somebody would argue that yes, Juliana may have 5 titles and Macbeth only has 3, but Macbeth's a better player than Juliana.
Well, yeah, ratings wise and stuff, sure, but it's competition's competition. Everyone's playing with the same plastic, so to speak, at the same time. I think that we've got a couple of those guys that have been dominating, masters, grandmasters, whatever, in different divisions, but no offense to anyone, but those don't count.
They don't count in the same way.
They don't count in the same way. They count for as a championship, hands down. You're a world champion. They don't put you in the conversation for greatest player.
Okay.
And if you want to even narrow it down even more, who are the 4 greatest men's players?
Yeah, and I was gonna say we could almost even save that for a whole nother podcast. But 4 greatest men, go ahead and name them. 4
greatest men: Kenny, Greenwell.
Mm-hmm.
If you just want to go by world championships, you go Doss Macbeth.
Okay.
Because we've had a couple scattered ones. You've got your, you had your Avery, you had your Felberg, you had your Rustler, you had
all those people with 1.
They all had 1.
Mm-hmm.
But we got 2 guys with 3, and we got a guy with 10, and I don't know how many Greenwell had before Kenny.
Okay. Yep.
Off the top of my head, I don't know that answer. So, but Greenwell has a crap ton of wins.
Yeah.
So those might be those might be the 4.
Do you give?
It's hard.
So Doss and Macbeth have 3.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Macbeth's younger and maybe has a little bit more in the tank left. But does Felberg come into that conversation? He has 1 win in 2008, but spans so many other wins in so many other ways. He could rattle off every stat to you right now. Okay, so Doss and Macbeth have to be up there because they have the 3.
Correct.
Because Macbeth with 0 USDGC titles, Doss
correct.
with 1.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, you could make the argument Shoestrick has 3 USDGCs.
Correct.
But those don't quite count as well as worlds. I know they might just to individual players.
Did you hear that, Shoestrick?
To the world.
Did you hear that, Shoestrick?
Yeah.
Chiming in.
I
was there supporting you for all 3. Will. Johnny wasn't. Will, I was there.
Will might say the same thing.
No, I know.
But yeah, and someone said Barry. No, Barry had what, 2?
He has 2.
But no.
Yeah.
He has.
And has now.
You don't lose them. No, he still has 2 world championships.
2, and then has 1 Masters title.
And a USDGC win.
2 of those.
2
or 3.
Is it 3?
2 or I think he's got 3.
Yeah.
3.
I don't put Barry on that. Unfortunately, he had to play second fiddle to Kenny for so many years.
Mm-hmm.
They had a great rivalry, and Barry eventually got his wins, but I can't put him above even Doss or McBeast.
Okay, fair enough.
What do yours look like?
What, top 4 men?
Yeah, top 4 men. Come on, Terry. Make a decision.
Of all time?
Of all time. just play wise.
Just play well. Yeah, not personality.
I was saying,
different-
but which is more impressive if you win 6 NTs or in a year but don't win Worlds, or win Worlds?
Yeah. No, I think I mean, I'm not going out on a real limb here by mimicking, I think, all 4 of yours. I would say clearly Kenny, clearly
It's too grouchy. That's funny.
clearly Kenny, clearly Greenwell.
Mm-hmm.
Those are no-brainers. I guess he doesn't have any of those, real major wins, unfortunately. I mean, Jonny McRae has so many wins.
Yeah, regional wins.
I know.
He's starting to spread those out.
Now in his, if he would have went on tour 20 years
in
ago.
the twilight of his career, in the twilight of his open career, we'll say.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Dawson, Macbeth, and
I mean, look at. I know it sucks, but Anton had 3 second places in a row.
Yeah.
He, unfortunately, for a while he was the Phil Mickelson.
Yeah.
Of course, Phil got his now, but
it just. I mean, when you do look at those world titles, obviously they weigh very heavily. That's the first thing that you look at.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
sheer
tough.
Number of wins is definitely an interesting stat. Because.
But I mean, look at Barry racked up wins here in Wisconsin.
Sure.
Like he would easily come home, 20 wins a year just in Wisconsin for a couple of years. So, as great as that is, those wins are worth less in the grand scale of things. Now, how about your women?
Oh gosh,
Elaine, Juliana, Val, and I think the 4th one's tough. Do you go with? I mean, you could say something like
you could either go Des or you could go
Des,
possibly Paige.
Des or Paige. Could you say? No, I guess not.
I mean, let me be like those. That's a knee-jerk reaction to the women that I'm immediately thinking. I don't want to get bombarded later, but
no, I mean, just spitballing kind of, and that could get us in trouble. But
I mean, Des has 3, Val has 3. And then Elaine and Juliana. I mean, and all of them dominated in various stages of the disc golf spectrum. Yeah. So all of them are I think, could be up there.
Sylvia Volks, she would go on the Mount Rushmore just for her influence, but I don't think she's one of the greatest players.
Yeah, obviously great, and
Paige is. I mean, if Paige gets another. I mean, she could bump. She could bump
maybe someone. Again, she's also pretty young,
there is a. I think Juliana Paige doesn't quite have that step above everybody else quite yet, because she does have one or two.
Is that a short joke?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. She does have 1 or 2 players that really compete hard. I mean, she's got Val and Kat, who are there usually with her pretty close.
Yeah, and stroke for stroke for the most part.
Juliana, who competed with Juliana? Yeah. Juliana kind of stepped up the game until Des started to compete with her. And there was a couple of years where Juliana was, I think Elaine King would kind of play along.
Yep.
But I think Juliana, for her time, those 5 or 6 years that she truly dominated. I mean, just flat out crushed the competition. She was a step above. So
it's an interesting conversation, and as Zach said, when you have PDGA number 580 chiming in on who he thinks are the 4 Mount Rushmore people, I think that's very impressive, and it's also
I'd love to ask Stork.
Yeah, I would as well, and Stork's way too nice and humble to ever put himself on there, but he's one of the no-brainers, one of the few new no-brainers that are on there. So, very, very interesting.
I mean, you could kind of make an argument for Crazy. You could make an argument for some of those guys.
I think Crazy is a very valid argument for if you're talking about people that were influential, that were also maybe inspiring or part of the growth and development.
Rico, Wise Cup. I mean, there's a ton of them out there that are on that level, but not quite. Probably they probably don't.
Yeah. See, and Billy Bednar. I know you've got.
No, Stokely
not even close.
Stokely not on the.
Not on the Mount Rushmore. Or greatest of all time.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. He's a great guy.
He's a great guy. He threw and he had that world champion, that distance for a long time. But yeah.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, and it's nothing personal, but no, he
Yeah.
doesn't make that list.
Luke, I don't know
At all.
how many championships does Greenwell have? Does he have how many Open championships does he have?
I don't know, one
I
or
don't-
two, and then he's got like 10 Masters and
Masters.
20 Grandmaster. I mean,
Yeah, he kind
I
of.
mean, he's got just a ton of them, but you know, he has hundreds or 100 or 200 wins. I
Yeah.
don't know. That's what our Smashies are for.
Yep.
To fact
Dana.
check all the stuff we make up.
Dana, get on that.
Yeah, Dana, where are you at?
So-
So again, and I'll
That's-
repeat, I'm not ripping on Scott Stokely. I'm just saying he doesn't fit anywhere near that. Greatest ambassador of all time. Most influential. Which isn't a rip on him. It's just he doesn't fit into that.
Yep.
That's a pretty elite class in that sense. So
It is. So, all right. So, you have anything else under our social media or news around the sport?
there's some other minor things. I'll just say real quickly. I read an article about Tiger Woods, talking about how soft the greens were and how soft the Masters was. And then, as the article said, he kind of gave him a backhanded compliment to Spieth, and he talked about his wins, or his win, and he said it's amazing, blah blah blah. But he's like, I just couldn't believe how soft the greens were and all this other stuff. And I feel like this directly correlates to what we have in disc golf because the argument is always made, and you just made it. The argument's always said and is brought up is, well, Kenny or Juliana won in those days when there were less players or where there weren't as many good players or where things or technology was different. There's always these.
Not technology, because everyone plays with the same thing at the time.
Okay.
That's why you could make the argument. I mean, and Kenny had Barry on his heels for 4 or 5 of those years. And I don't have the results, so I don't know. I can't go back and see if there was anybody else really pushing him or who.
Well, Stokely was always in the mix, actually.
Yep,
yeah,
Stokely was there, and Rustler was there for a while. But so you say the competition, but we could say the same thing about that right now. Right now, you've got Macbeth, Wysocki, Shoestrick, and
no. See, I think
Uli.
there's more. The depth of the competition, I think, is tougher now.
It is a little tougher now. But you still have probably, when you go into a Worlds, you have maybe 6 people that you walk up and say, those are the people that are going to win.
Yeah.
Whereas back then it was probably 3 or 4. I mean, it was Kenny and Barry and maybe Stokely and Rustler.
Yeah.
So it's not that. I don't think it's that much deeper. I mean, you've got more 1,000 rated players now, but I mean there was no rating system back then, so it's hard to determine. I'm sure Chuck could go back and look, but I think the competition is tougher now. But I don't make that argument on technology. You can't.
I don't necessarily just think technology. But I guess the whole point of this article was they were talking about Tiger and what he had said, and he said, I couldn't believe they kept it so soft all week. And then there was some actual analysis, and basically by all other, we'll say, stats and figures and professional input, Tiger's win when he won in 1997 was way more impressive.
Okay,
is what they were saying. Like,
sure.
Yeah, he tied the score for 18 under or whatever it was for the week at the Masters and all this other stuff. But he said that they went back and said Tiger's score was far more impressive back then than Spieth scoring the exact same score, I believe, to win this one. And I guess it's just funny, again, when we all make these comparisons about back in the day play versus today. And that was really my only point, was I found that interesting that they make the same comparisons in golf when they're talking about it.
So here's someone, and maybe they're right. What if Greenwell has 0 Open World Championships?
Greenwell has 0 Open World Championships.
So where does that put him? I'm gonna put you on the spot.
No, that's fine.
Where does that put him compared to Hosfeld? Would you put Hosfeld on that? I mean, that could be, because back in the day he traveled with like a crazy, and they brought the sport around the world.
Yep. Have course will travel. Yep.
Yeah. So would you knock? Let's just say.
Are we talking greatest or Mount Rushmore?
Mount Rushmore, not greatest player, because neither of them get on for greatest player. I don't think.
Who are we talking about?
Greenwell and Hosfeld. I mean, because Hosfeld had his. I mean, he had his day.
Yep.
Does Hosfeld have an Open? I think he
might have.
I think he might have one Open Championship, but I mean, would that bump Greenwell off the list?
Um,
Is Greenwell really that much better Hall of Mount Rushmore than Haasfeld?
Yeah. Okay. So
That's a tough call. I mean, I'm not.
No, it is. Luke, give us. And again, this is unfortunately most of their wins by both of these gentlemen were before the internet existed, the World Wide Webs.
Yeah. Before computers.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Processors, 8-bit processors. Yeah, I'd be curious to know total amount of wins.
Yeah.
And clearly, Haasfeld needs to be thrown into that conversation. I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, and Haasfeld's been we'll say an entertainer this entire time as well.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of all the different things that he does, because of his juggling, because of his magic and his humor and all of his other things, he's very much a traveling show in himself. So you got to put that on if you want to factor that in some way.
I don't think John Houck makes it. You could make an argument. He's designed a lot of courses, designed a lot of great courses, but has, again, in my thought, has he changed? Did he change the sport with his course designs?
I mean, I would put Houck higher than a lot of other people probably would put him or others. I think that's, he's definitely in the top 10, and he's definitely a honorable mention on that Mount Rushmore. Absolutely.
I agree.
He's done some pretty big and amazing things. And like we said, Chuck could be the have the same conversation. So very interesting.
It's a good argument.
Conversation. Obviously, there's no right or wrong except for what we say. That's pretty much all right. But
there's not even for us.
Okay.
I think the only person that really has there's probably 2 or 3 people that have ever existed that could really put a stamp on it. It's probably Steady, Stork, and I don't even know. Maybe you could ask Greenwell. Maybe Greenwell would be the other one, because Greenwell has the, not that he would put himself up there, but he has the history that he would know so many.
Yeah.
You could probably talk to Levon. He would probably be right there. So,
but very interesting conversation. Thank you to Zach. All Things Disc Golf. Go out and submit your input, whether it's on our show or right on Zach's page or All Things Disc Golf or wherever. Go out and chime in. To me, what's been funny though about chiming in, and I'll say a little disheartening, is just the sheer lack of knowledge that's out there.
Well, there's a lack,
and that's understandable. That's generational.
It's generational. It's like the people that say LeBron is better than Jordan.
Yeah, or whomever. Exactly.
It's
then
just
Lou Alcindor. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Barry Bonds better than Babe Ruth?
Yeah, exactly. So it does. It clearly it matters where you fall in the timeline of the disc golf life.
So what other pressing questions do you have?
No, that was one of the big things. I'll save my rant for ghost cards, maybe to another day. I will spare Dana.
I did promise that someone asked what a ghost card is. I will. Quick explanation.
Okay.
A ghost card is when you have 18 holes, but 19 groups, or one extra or more groups than you have number of holes, so that you're immediately starting the round with more players than probably should be on the course. We'll say.
Yeah.
It can work out. There can be flow issues, things like that. So that is the answer as to what is a ghost card. It's not a bunch of dead people. It's
a bunch of washed up has-beens. Maybe I'll be on some ghost cards someday.
Yeah, you and me both. So
that's what a ghost card is. Generally speaking, they're frowned upon. Generally, they can be used. They can be useful.
Yep.
They can be to get people out of situations, but they can also create new situations.
They can create backups. I mean, I know Dana, and someone said that the event ran great and smooth.
Dana said that he ran.
No, there was someone on the board that actually said it, not Dana. That the event was really was great, and that's perfect. And some courses will work better with that than others, but there are some that just kind of like ugh.
Yeah.
So
let's put it this way: if you can avoid a ghost card, do it.
Avoid it. Limit the field, man.
Yeah,
we've been to events where it's full. You walk up and then suddenly people show up and they're like, "Well, I'll put a ghost card. I'll throw a hole over in the field over there."
Yeah,
it's just not. It's not the way to usually do it. It confuses everybody.
It does, and it it kind of creates an instant, or it can create a backup. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
Let's move on to our weekly picks. I'm going to pick something that's not going to surprise anybody, and it's the Star Wars trailer. They had the big Star Wars celebration out in California. They host, I think, every 2 years. They do this huge, Star Wars event, and it's like a 4 or 5 day thing. and they previewed the new trailer for the new Star Wars movie coming out in December, and it did not make me cry like I heard a lot of other people saying, but it looks like it's finally in the right hands, and that's a series for me that is, you know, extremely prevalent through my history, and it's special, so I'm excited to see it hopefully get passed off into some good hands, and look forward to seeing it more so than the crappy prequels, the mediocre prequels, the 3 movies that should probably condensed into about 1.5. So yeah, so that's my pick.
I don't know if I've used this pick or not.
I don't know. I created a list
somewhere. You did?
Yeah, it's under our Google Drive picks of the week.
Google Drive. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
This is everyone always.
This is I went back and if they were in the show notes, I did not go back through the videos. So
okay.
if you would put them in the show notes, they were in here.
Some of these are pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
Including the Packers, T Swift.
So what's your pick, Terry?
My pick, because I've had now back-to-back pleasant experiences.
Mm-hmm.
I've used them twice, and I've had 2 good experiences. My pick for the week will be Uber.
Nice.
The car driving taxi like service. I used
it for the first time a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago, for the Pearl Jam concert to get downtown. So
and,
what did you use it for?
Both times it was to leave to leave a hotel very early, or my lodging very early out of Dallas to get into the Dallas airport. No thanks to Kelsey or Steve for the ride in the morning, so no thanks to you guys. It was a long night, and I used Uber and clicked on a little button and told him I'm ready to go, and within 5 or 8 or 10 minutes, a very nice gentleman showed up, and this time, the first time I sat in the front seat, I guess that was protocol for him or whatever. And I had about a 40-minute drive in.
Weird.
Yeah, so the first time I sat in this gentleman's front seat of his car, and for the most part I was kind of sleeping because it was like 5 a.m. and I only gotten 1 or 2 hours of sleep after editing all night.
Yeah.
And then the second time was the exact same situation. I was up till 3:30 or 4, and the Uber guy got there at 5:45. He instead opened the passenger side rear door, and I was like, okay, I guess you want me to sit here. And it felt, we'll say, a little more car service like.
Yeah.
And I sat back there, and we chit-chatted for all of a couple minutes, and then I fell right asleep.
Yeah.
And had about a 40-minute drive.
Which is funny, because I think Lyft, which is basically the Uber competitor, they do a front seat driving. Like, you sit in the passenger seat. I think it's that's the way they work.
I think so too.
If you choose, you can choose to sit in the back seat.
Sure, but I think it's supposed to be a little more friendly.
Yeah, and then Uber,
is there a preference there? Where'd you sit?
A back seat.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, we took it was like almost like a minivan, not minivan, it was like a mini SUV that came in, and so they kind of slid the door. It was actually a minivan, yeah, because they slid the door open sideways, and we sat in the back, and Ubered it over to the arena. I think it's mostly back seat with Uber. So.
Oh, interesting. Well,
yeah.
I'm 1 and 1, so I'm not really sure which one is the norm. If anybody knows or wants to chime in on Uber, or if you're an Uber driver, I'd love to drive Uber. I would do it in a heartbeat. They require that you have a year 2000 car or newer.
Yeah.
Mine's 2005 Element EMAC. But they require it for it to be a 4-door, and mine have those like suicide doors.
Yeah.
So I think I'm immediately ruled out.
Probably.
But I would love to do it. I think it would be very entertaining.
I think it would be. I thought about it as well.
To take random people places. I think that'd be very entertaining.
Yeah. I was thinking, Bobby asked us what song we'd go up to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'd be kind of cool to go up to the Star Wars theme, actually. It's a pretty iconic, I can't think of a more iconic song than that one. So.
Okay. A few notes on the board before we cut you loose. Casey Connors, glad you made it. We referenced you earlier, buddy. Go back and listen for your name. I said it right around the I don't know mark.
Scott Lincecum, I know it's Ron Russell, PDJ number 9999. Everyone called him the Rustler.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Most people did.
I think a lot of people did, which is why I called him.
And there were other less polite nicknames they called him.
Yeah, there were.
But the Rustler is what many called him.
That is why I kept saying that. It's not that I did not know his name. We did know Ron Russell.
Yep. Ended Kenny's run of 9.
Yep.
In 1999
with his PD Jimmer 9999.
There's a lot of easy things to remember there, guys.
Yep.
So, yes, very much so. Sean had said, too bad I can't post a picture to this chat. Smashbox helped me jam through my architecture model, finished and ready for the after show. Sean, good that you were, we're glad that we could help you out here a little bit today.
Thanks, Sean. There was a lot of nights I would have loved Smashbox to get me through architecture, which is why I didn't get through architecture.
Uber cab confessions. Yeah, that would be kind of a funny.
Were you hoping to get in the cash cab? Is that what you were hoping? Like, did the lights go off?
No, because I was tired. It was... That would be fun to be in there, but no, I would not. I was okay with it. It was a long night. We played a little urban golf.
That's what I heard.
Is what happened, and that video may surface someday, or may not. So, all right, I think we're gonna log off. We've got everything covered that we do. Of course, find us out on iTunes, Stitcher, Pocket Cast, every other podcasting service that's out there.
We're not hard to find.
If you've listened this long, I mean tonight. Hopefully you're all on board with what we got going on.
And if you're new, if for some reason you're new tonight, that's it.
Yeah,
it was I think it was a good show. I had a lot of fun tonight.
Well, again, we talk about raising that bar, and when you've got a couple of fun-loving gals that are giddy and they seemingly amuse themselves, which is great because we do that. So when they do that and it gets everybody else kind of laughing and giggly, it makes for a fun show. So thank you guys, of course, to Madison and Paige. Thank you to Cool Daddy Slick Breeze, and of course to Dana Vicich, who I'm sure will be sitting with us at some point when we're down at the Glass Blown Open. We can all be in studio together, which is something we don't get to do.
Zoe, get well if you're listening to this.
Yes, Zoe, fix your lip, and hopefully some ice. I don't know what you really do with that.
Stitches. You just ice it and sit there and shut up. Watch a lot of Netflix probably.
Yeah, good luck, Zoe. We certainly wish you the best. All right, so from our last episode in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in April. What is the second quarter, 2015? For Jonny V and Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, we will catch you guys next week from Emporia, Kansas, where we will again step inside the Smashbox. No after show. Are you calling that on us?
Yeah, Dan? I think Dirty Dan, the Man U fan.
Are you demanding that
no
there's
after show? No, I think it's a question. No after show.
Real quick, I am Dixie. I guess is what's the difference between flat top disc and a normal one? If you're getting all technical or official, I know at like some of the manufacturers, they actually they do a different process, and I think it's that they hold it in the molder longer, and that actually flattens the disc a little bit more, and then they can upcharge you for that, which, whatever. But that's, I know how they can at least go for that effect. I think they keep it in the molder or one of the releases or something or other. I don't know the exact science, but I think they keep it in longer.
You're not a scientist, as Paige would say.
As Paige would say. They keep it in longer. That makes it flatter. Generally speaking, a flatter disc will be more stable.
Michael No says, "Oh my God, I thought you guys were leaving too."
What?
He's like, "Oh my God, I thought you guys were leaving." Like people are sad that we would be getting off the air. I just find that really funny. Like, "Oh my God, you guys were leaving." Oh, thank God you're still here.
Sean, and I've said this countless times. Unfortunately, I don't take in a lot of other stuff. Not because I don't want to. I'm just so caught up. So I don't take in a ton of other media productions out there in disc golf. Honestly, I rarely will watch.
Yeah, I've heard of the Zen Disc Golf podcast.
Yep.
I haven't had a chance to listen yet. I know. I believe they're from the
Northwest.
Is that from the Northwest?
I don't know. I think so.
Okay, I was gonna say the Southeast. I was gonna say complete opposite.
You're wrong. You're in trouble. Your wife is yelling at you.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
You're getting your bottom paddled.
Later. Hey-o. That's yucky.
Yeah, that is.
How does it affect the flight? I believe MDAVR kind of nailed it. It's a little bit less stable at higher speeds, but it's more stable under slower speeds. But I don't know. I just trust what he says.
Yeah, so. I guess generally speaking. I know for like
Sean Connell says it's the Northeast, so we're both wrong.
Oh, it was Northeast. Darn it.
So
all right.
I was almost sure it was the East Coast. I thought it was.
I was sure it was North. So.
I thought it was Georgia. I thought they were doing like North Carolina. I thought it was North Carolina. Georgia.
And I apologize because he's reached out to me a couple times, and then I flaked without really realizing it. And we've been meaning to catch up or talk. So.
What would you do for disc golf if you won the lottery? If I won the lottery, I would say it would be more. I would create like a disc golf station.
More Paige on tour.
More that too.
Paige and Madison on tour.
I would do. If I won the lottery, let's just say I had enough money that I wouldn't have to worry.
Okay.
Broadcast. I would have a couple cameras on every shot. I'd have a couple commentators. I'd clone Terry, basically. So
no, just cut me in half because I could use the weight loss.
True.
Instead of cloning.
So I would do that. I would, and I know you kind of you gave me the eye when the stink eye when I said that I think the sponsors need to do more. It's not. I don't think necessarily bringing in more money to the pots is going to help, but I think the sponsors to their players helping them out more to get around. If you have more sponsors supporting more women to help them tour more, I think you will see a slight swell there. But if I had enough money, I would pick a player and just flat out support them. Give them I know there's a lot of people that say, whatever. I would just give them a flat salary and say, there you go tour, go play.
Do you think that de-incentivizes, if that's a word, unincentivizes, whatever?
I don't think so. I mean, you would hope that they would
to
play
have a salary?
because you give them 1 year and you flat out say, hey, this is a 1 year contract. We'll see you next year. Compete.
Clayton says, hold a mega tourney and have a $1 million added tourney.
Yeah, see, I don't necessarily think that's
long term. That doesn't do much.
Long term, that doesn't do much. That's great. It might put it into the spotlight for a couple weeks, but I don't necessarily know if that's gonna help. I would just like to sponsor a player like that and make sure it's well known, because we know a lot of players that are sponsored, they're getting money in the back, but a lot of times they won't tell you what they're getting exactly, and that might be part of their contract. I don't know, but I would like everyone out there to know what my player's getting, so it pushes the other sponsors, because I think that's part of it. And then trust me, I don't think it's all falls on the sponsors' part. Don't quote me on that at all, because there are other reasons why our sport isn't blowing up.
Yeah,
but I think helping out women in general, so a salary and commission, something possibly like that. But
a commission or bonuses. I mean, a commission. I think a commission implies that you're doing some kind of sales or
I think maybe
efforts
hopefully
in that
means
sense.
bonus.
Yeah,
and I would like, I was thinking I would like to put together a huge disc golf complex, but we have a couple of them.
We do. I mean, we could always have more. I mean, just think if you had a High Ridge or a Lemon Lake, or I guess those are the two big ones that I think of. What else? Or an IDGC. Think if you had some of those.
I wasn't thinking Lemon. I was thinking High Bridge and IDGC. I wasn't thinking Lemon Lake.
Yeah. So you think if you had, if we had 100 of those,
a badass disc golf calendar.
Clearly,
that's awesome, Gary.
Prior listener, good job, Gary. I'd love to see somebody invest like all 20 million into the next 50 years of calendars, and then just pissing away all 20 million because their calendars failed miserably.
Brad's still working on his.
Yeah, Brad, keep at it,
go
buddy.
So I don't know. I mean, I think doing like a disc golf station where you have. I mean, ultimately, I was thinking about this the other day. I would love to be able to work with like Zen Disc Golf Show, DD, and have a central spot for all of the podcasts and media and things like that. I don't think it's going to happen. Everybody has their own agenda. DD wants to support DD. They might not necessarily want to support Zen. They might not necessarily want to support us, but whatever. But I think it'd be kind of cool to have an actual like station where we have multiple podcasts, multiple shows. Like we would.
The PDGA may be developing something along those lines, but
okay. Hopefully, maybe we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, if they put it together as a conglomerate,
it would be like a portal, as the old saying goes.
Yeah.
But I was thinking because our podcast runs on 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We could break this into 2 podcasts. We could break this into an interview section, and we could
Sure.
we talked about something like that, and then have a social media and or an event section, whatever. Breaking into 2 podcasts. We're having a couple podcasts dedicated to things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see a more of a media conglomerate, so to speak. But
Yeah. And
I have no interest in delving out into other sports.
yeah, no, ain't nobody got time for that.
Maybe Ultimate, but I don't know anything about Ultimate. I know how to play, but I don't know any of the people.
Do we think that a 9-hole junior beginner courses would help bring new players in the sport? I don't know if it helps bring them in. I mean, I've designed a lot of those.
Yeah,
and
you may have more 9-hole courses than anyone I have. Anyone in the world.
And it's still all about location. You put a 9-hole course in the middle of nowhere, even if it's super beginner friendly, you may not get any new players. However, one of the 9-hole courses in the Milwaukee area that I did a number of years ago, it's literally in people's backyards. Yeah. So they can walk out, they can walk across the street in their well-to-do community, and they can just walk onto the course. They're in a perfectly safe environment. Most of their parents would say, yeah, you're going over to the park, no problem.
Sure.
Sheboygan's course, Valrath Park in Sheboygan, same idea. Kids can walk and ride their bikes safely to the park. That's where you see development.
Correct.
When it's in a county park 5 miles outside of town, who's riding their bike out there? A 10-year-old or a 14-year-old's not riding his bike out there.
No, I think more city parks.
Correct.
Are going to be the answer. And you know what? Even if it is 6 holes or 9 holes, it doesn't. Not every course has to be championship caliber.
Correct.
We want beginner courses. So depending on the location, I'm with you there.
Yeah. Sean said yes. Yes to everything we just said, and women as well. Yeah, maybe not though. Like I don't think. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna move on from that. More calendar conversation. Regional podcast. I worry sometimes that's what I don't want to say we've become. We have a lot of support and a lot of people from Illinois.
Yeah.
And a lot of people from Wisconsin. Granted we're from here.
Some people know us a little bit better, but I mean, people know you particularly because of your podcast. I mean, some people know me just from being around forever.
Yeah, I worry though sometimes. It seems like we do have. I'd love it if we have more, and I know the time zones and again, I guess I'm just referencing the live component of it.
Correct.
Of people that are chiming in, and we realize that this time isn't ideal for a lot of people, depending on what coast you're on or what things are going on, during the time of the year. I'd love if we had a little bit greater diversity out there for people watching. But again, we don't know.
No, we don't know.
I'm just going to assume there's 100 countries that download us.
Well, I mean, we could quite literally look at the YouTube stats and see who watches us on YouTube.
Yeah, on some of the other things we can. So.
No, I mean even on our podcasts.
Oh, okay.
We have analytics.
You
Terry.
can download us after we're done.
I thought it was gone. once you say a word, that's.
I got another potential rant idea, but
what's that?
The short and simple is, if your video and I go back and forth because I do disagree. I find myself contradicting this sometimes, but if your video of excellent shot A, B, or C, if your video itself sucks, I don't want to see it. Don't post it. Like, I saw a video this weekend, and it was just horrible. I mean, the quality, and I'm not talking, like, I'm as amateur of a video filmer as there are, so I'm not trying to be judgmental in that sense. I'm talking sheer picture quality.
Mm-hmm.
You're shooting your thing on your 2001 flip phone, and you're shooting video on it. I don't want to see it. I don't care if it was an ace. I couldn't see the disc out of the hand. I couldn't see it go in. I saw nothing. And the flip side of that, well, it's media. You don't have to watch it. Yeah, but if I just invested 38 seconds of my time, I hope it didn't suck. Like, I don't know. Something could be said. And again, I get these criticisms a lot too, because if I don't have the perfect shot or the perfect setup, somebody will say something to me about, oh, that could have been way better. And I agree, things can be better sometimes. But, example, like Will Schusterich apparently almost aced a 500-foot hole this weekend. Like, almost aced it.
Oh, I think I saw that video where the disc went over his head and it landed, like, right under the bucket, or?
Oh, no, I didn't see any second camera version of it. I saw him on the tee.
Oh, no, I saw
throw. I never saw the disc, and you wait long enough and you hear a bunch of cheering.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of useless. I mean, it's cool that it happened.
Yeah.
The video's kind of useless. So, I don't know. Yes, landscape mode, that's a no-brainer. There's all sorts of videos on that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to go off because it's...
So, real quick, I'm looking at the metrics for Barsby's last week.
Okay.
I just grabbed it.
Yep. Oh, that's a neat map.
Yep. It's kind of cool. California, we get a ton. And is that because of Barsby?
I think it's a little bit of the time zone difference, but also I think that had a lot to do with Barsby.
Texas,
where he was, and there's a ton of golfers, we just covered the event from.
Then Illinois and Wisconsin, which is us locally. Oregon, Washington, then Florida, Minnesota, and these all have, right around, so many views.
Yeah.
So
hot spots though being, and they're significantly hotter. You would say California, Texas.
The top three: California, Texas, and Illinois. So if we think it's I think it's California just because of the time zone.
I think it's because of Barsby.
Well, then let's grab
some other.
Let's grab a different one and take a look. This is all exciting for viewers.
Oh, it is actually just having us look at.
Yeah.
All right, so 4-pixel camera phone landscape. Don't be wasting Terry's life. Again, I never saw the second camera version. I'm sure it was better. It just sucks because he threw a 500-foot shot, and there was literally no zoom. So you can't tell me you saw anything going on on a 500-foot shot.
So let's just look at the last 28 days.
Saskatchewan. How's our video from there doing? Thanks, Clayton.
Yep. I'm sorry, Clayton. I'm just looking at United States right now. I know we have a lot of other viewers throughout the world, but California is our biggest for the last 28 days.
Okay.
Then Texas. And this is, and then you've got the Midwest: Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota.
Okay. So those are pretty consistent.
Yep. And, and then you go with your Oregon, and those are all about California makes up about 12%, Texas 10%, Illinois 7%, and then everybody else is like around 5 to 3%. So, we're pretty well covered under a lot of. So,
I'm hoping you're kidding, Clayton, when you were talking about. I'm not sure even what you were referencing, but
racist because I'm not including anyone other than the United States.
Oh, okay.
Well, Clayton,
he says, do we see him?
I see you right there, Clayton.
You have all of Canada, eh?
Yeah, that's
in the last month, does it say 330 viewers?
330 views out of Canada. Thanks, Clayton. Thanks for watching all our videos.
For watching them in every library and home that you can go to, and you pull us up and watch us. We appreciate it. Anybody else got anything on the board? Please chime in. It looks like we've got nearly 50 people. I could go with the old standby and say, give us your location so we know. See if your numbers stack up against the ones we're looking at the YouTubes.
No, no, we did that before. No thanks.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I hope somebody found Liz Lopez. Somebody said she's been kind of MIA the last few days, and I mean, somebody said she hasn't. I think Paige said she reached out to her and hasn't heard from her. So I don't want to say there's not a Amber Alert for her or anything, but hopefully Liz is out there after she got the Smashbox bump.
True.
Yeah, pretty fun. It's gonna be pretty crazy. I know we've said it before. It's gonna be pretty crazy being down there and being live.
I really am excited to be down there. So
yeah, should be a lot of fun. How many are okay? Here's a better question then, since you don't want to know where everybody's from, jerk.
I
How
want to
many of
know.
you on the board are going to be at Glassblown?
Yeah, that's good. I just want to know why we have 547 people viewing that are not subscribed to our channel.
That's silly.
We have 700 people that, and this is just in the United States in the last 28 days. But subscribe, people. Simple.
Luke asks a great question. What's your favorite style or type of T-pad? Design and shape. First of all, it's definitely concrete all day.
Concrete.
I think maybe when I get way older, I'm going to complain about concrete. The old people do.
I'm sure it would probably
So
bad, it's probably bad on your
knees,
joints.
I don't know how it's any worse than you walking down a pathway, but anyways, apparently it is. I'm not a scientist.
No,
Okay?
but, I can see that you're putting a lot more force on that front leg. A lot. You're jamming it down, so to speak, unless you're a little fleet-footed. But
Okay.
I like personally concrete, nice brushed.
Yep. Thick brushed.
I like a trapezoid. I like a little wider in the back and coming a little
Little skinnier in the front.
skinnier up front.
Okay.
So
Do you like the reverse trapezoid? A little thicker in the front, a little smaller in the back.
no,
Okay.
no.
I've seen that.
I think I've seen it once, and no, I'm not a big fan. Just because I like to be able to
Start from either side.
start
of
from
the
either
pad.
side, and then you're going to whatever. I don't mind the circular ones, like the ones we see at the memorial. I like those.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, they're kind of brilliant.
Yeah.
Because if you ever change your course up, assuming you can leave the pad there, but if you ever change the course up, or you're going to throw to any given spot,
Yeah.
I gotta wonder if they're probably much more difficult. Not a scientist, so I don't know about concrete work, but we're gonna keep picking on her. But they got to be more difficult to install. Because I mean, right now you make up a trapezoid or a rectangle in concrete. I've seen forms made. I don't get dirty, but I've seen forms made up. But to make a perfectly circular form
Can't be too tough.
can't be too easy.
I mean, I'm sure it's.
How many forms have you dug? You've dug less than me.
Correct.
And I've dug some.
Yeah.
I mean, I've not done zero. I've done my fair share.
I helped out the Dretska 9, the back 9.
All right.
I think I did 2.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's what I've done in my life is 2.
Okay. Well, then you're at least 30 behind me.
Yeah.
So yes, definitely concrete. Definitely, big pads. You can never go wrong. But it's funny we hit on that. I love the idea of circular pads. I should push for that in my next course design. I like that. Scroll back up a little as to where people.
Scotland's got more important: player growth, spectator growth.
Definitely
Easy spectator.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Because if you bring in the spectators, the players will show up.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of people playing. I mean,
we have plenty of people playing. Flip open. I don't care. About
Flip City. Yeah.
Never been there. Heard it's a great course.
Yeah, that's where Bars was going to be, so that's why Durko's going to be there. I'm just kidding. Heading to Bowling Green.
Durko.
Scott is heading to Bowling Green, then to Emporia. Wow, lucky guy.
Baseball shale. I don't mind that. A pack down. The problem is it has to be maintained quite a bit because you get the divots at the end.
Yeah, that's always the problem.
But
always the problem.
But when you get like a fresh one or one that you know that's flat specifically for a tournament, I don't mind that because it's got great grip and there's no real sliding.
Yeah, the problem, like you just said, maintenance is a huge
maintenance
problem.
is huge on that.
Got Daddy Duty, no GPO.
I got Daddy Duty too, and I'm still going to GPO.
Yeah,
GPO.
me too. I ignore my kids. Circle T's at Fountain Hills are great. Yes. Yep. Round ones. Yep. What is the ghost hole you were giving Dana hell about?
Yeah, I discussed this during the thing. 100%. It's an extra hole. It's an extra group more than the number of holes you have in the course. So if you have 18 holes,
you have
19 groups. That's a ghost card.
That's what that means.
So you're putting more players on.
Madison Walker, the Southern National Pro Championship. No, you didn't. I'm going to call you on that. What did you think of the integrated turf?
Mason, I don't know if that's true, but I'm not reading it. Yeah.
What did you think of the integrated turf? Where you could wear what?
Turf shoes for better all-around grip. I don't know. I've never experienced
I don't know.
that.
See, and we're slightly biased. We're in Wisconsin, so we deal with wet grass. We deal with cold weather. We deal with snow in the winter. We deal I've been to parts of the country where they put down those mats like you see out at Maple Hill, and not that they don't have snow, but I've been to various parts of the country. I mean, you couldn't put carpet like they do at Throwdown the Mountain. You couldn't put carpet down in most of Wisconsin for most of the year, but they do that Throwdown the Mountain, and it works great. So, It kind of depends on the area that you're from as to what kind of tee pad you can realistically be using. What I think is weird is how we actually gained some follow watchers right now in the last few minutes. But anyway, I don't like the circles that much. Don't ask why. We won't. You're just wrong.
Well, I can understand. Like someone said, the rectangles. You can there's a definitive you can make the tee pad 5 feet wide in the.
Are you shaping the shot? Is that what you're getting at?
No. I'm saying you have the option then of tee pad versus grass. Let's say you make the tee box 5 feet wide, but the tee pad in concrete is 2.5 feet wide. So you have a half foot. You have the same amount of grass versus tee. So you have a really wide tee pad, but only half of it's concrete. So you have the choice between concrete versus grass. Yeah. Whereas with a circle, you don't really have.
I don't know. But I could go on and on. I don't like natural tees out there anywhere because I always think A, they're an eyesore, and B, if your tees are that bad, then fix your tees. No, don't have you just tee off from the side. And the Memorial does that. I hate to pick on them a little bit, but they let you tee off to the 2 or 3 feet, of one side of the tee. That's because their tee pads suck, and they know that. But so get new tee pads.
Yes. Scott says there's emphasis on player growth. I don't really think there's that much. Is there emphasis on player growth versus spectator growth?
I guess I'd like some examples of why you say that, Scott. Yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'd love examples of how you feel there's more emphasis on player growth.
There's emphasis on women's player growth more so than spectator. I could say that.
And do we love growing the juniors and women's fields? Yeah, of course we love it, but I know personally I'm way more concerned about getting people to watch our sport or interested or promoting or sponsoring our sport than I'm concerned about, am I going to introduce the game to 100 or 1,000 kids next week? Because everyone's going to find the game. That's now a no-brainer. Yeah. It's rolling downhill in a good way. Again, Sean, talk about grass and turf blend. It's all regional. Some areas can handle that. In the winter, our tee pads need to get shoveled with a metal or plastic shovel, sometimes salted depending on how nasty they are.
And that's the problem because that salt will eventually kill your concrete.
Yeah, and or stuff around it. It can.
Yeah. Chip, they're right. We're not going to be at Bowling Green this year. Sorry.
No. We were there last year, and we did
with GBO. It's just not. It's too much travel.
Too much travel, and to give you a little more insight. Last year, we really reached out to them and made them an offer that they couldn't refuse because we did it essentially
on our dime.
Did it on our own dime. And this year, they didn't reach out to us in any capacity financially. And as you can imagine, going out and doing things on our own dime makes us run out of dimes and is not a good business model. So, no Bowling Green coverage, although it'd be cool to be at, but we do have to pick and choose now occasionally.
I was going to bring this, Sean Connell brings it up here. I was going to bring it up with Bobby. That's the one thing they're missing is a glow event.
I
think they have everything else covered other than glow. So.
Anyone else from Delaware on the board maybe have mentioned this? Okay, no. Chip, how about the tee pads that the Euros use? They look like really nice grass. I bet you they're not. I'm just guessing, honestly.
It could be some sort of AstroTurf.
It's got to be some kind of turf or something artificial because they are not. I will bet money on this, and I've never been there. I will bet money they are not walking up and just teeing from regular grass. Like they put 2 flags in the ground and said, okay, here's where you throw from. I guarantee you they are not doing that. Oh, that's a bold statement, but I'll guarantee it. It's AstroTurf or something. They're doing something else. Or they've built something and then put some kind of turf over that. They're doing something to manufacture that tee. I guarantee it. Mm-hmm. Lived in Colorado, Terry. I played in the snow at 10. Yeah, that's silly, stupid. Silly and stupid. Playing in -10, I've done it all day, no problem. Playing glow in the winter in -10, now that just sounds not smart or fun. Maybe not fun, that's the best way to put that.
Yeah, not fun.
You guys need a new disc golfer on Kelly and Michael said that, yes, 5-time world champ. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I saw a little snippet of that. I don't know how big Kelly and Michael are. That's what my question is.
What?
Do you recognize them? Do you know them? I don't. Kelly and Michael, I don't watch.
Kelly Ripa, who used
to be... No. Is it them?
Yes, and Michael Strahan.
No, I don't think
Yes.
that was the show then.
Yes.
Was it?
Yes, because I saw a brief clip. I didn't listen to
Okay.
it, but it like they had a video next to them.
Yeah.
And up came a picture of.
Do you know who it was?
I barely
See,
saw.
how do I know more? I don't know. I didn't know they had a
You
show,
didn't know
but I
Kelly-
know who was on it.
Yeah.
It was Kathy Hardiman's husband,
Yep.
Steve Hardiman.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I know nothing more of the story. I saw it, like I said, for 2 seconds today. Funny, I know the story, but I didn't know the show. So
Well, again, this is why we have a podcast. Together we know it all.
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
knew that part. I knew that
guess.
Kelly and Mike.
But yes, Kathy Hardiman is also Disc-Diva. We'll give her a free shout out and plug there. Disc-Diva.com. Huge women's ambassador. Just
Very much so.
Amazing. Super awesome lady. Has done a ton of great things. Also has a business within women's disc golf. And she's volunteered and worked tirelessly with the PDGA in various things because I've been right there working with her at Am Worlds, and super awesome woman. And so, like I said, it was her husband, Steve Hardiman, that was on there. My wife is a pro, so she'd love the pro growth in pro women or women's growth promotion. You always see it locally. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you do see local.
Yep.
You know, just like if you go to your your high school, your football program, you see them, embracing and working on and growing their programs. And I agree with all of that, and we should continue to do so. But we need more spectators. Where in the exact opposite, at high school football games, they're not concerned about what spectators are there. I mean, they're not trying to grow spectatorship.
You're not trying to grow high school sports.
We're trying to grow
you have,
outside people into watching. Check with Barsby when he is there. Euro Tour uses turf. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Durko. Yeah, Scusi, Kelly Ripa, and Michael Strahan. Yes, got that. Thanks. Erosion. I like the idea for combating erosion by moving the tee.
I would
worry
like
because you got to do it quick enough. Because if you move a tee and you let it sit there, I mean, you could kill everything quickly, and then it may or may not come back. But
I think if you moved a tee, like I would,
and how much
forward
are you,
and backward, I think would be the best. Probably like move
I
it
think
forward.
you wear that whole area
8
off
feet,
then.
back 10 feet. Well,
No,
you
I
have to
think
leave it for
everything
like a
before
year
and
or two.
after. Oh,
Yeah, like you leave it there for a year, you pull it back for a year, but it's tough because it's hard to get grass to grow after you've kind of trampled it and killed it.
He won a trip. Oh,
Yep.
Steve Hardiman. Yeah, I don't know even any of the details.
I didn't know either. All I saw was something on the board. I barely
It's
saw
awesome.
it. I saw it at work today, so that's pretty cool. Will there ever be a Smashbox Open tournament? There might be.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have to be. Actually, teasers. Yeah, not a spoiler. Teaser.
Would we live
This is gonna be-
broadcast it?
No. We should shoot it all on cell phones and put up crappy videos out of order weeks later. No, teaser. And this might be a long format teaser, as in like months. There's going to be a pretty amazing event that you're going to see Smashbox working on that me and a few other very special people, Jonny knows nothing of it, but there's going to
Great.
be an amazing event. I had a conversation with some people that play disc golf in our sport. No, I seriously, in Texas, I had a great conversation with a couple people. I'll fill you in someday, but
Thanks, I
there's,
appreciate that.
I have a really, really big idea, and hopefully it will shut a lot of people up. That's all I'll say.
All right.
So yes, a Smashbox Open, absolutely.
If you go into a pond and find a disc, you
Of course
guys
you-
call. You
yeah.
try. You give a. Here's what I say. You give them a call. You leave a message. It's the only thing you ever do. If you don't hear back within 3 days, it's your disc.
Wow, you're harsh.
Yeah, well.
If you go into the pond, yeah, of course you give them a call.
Yep.
You at least, here's the trick, Gary. I don't throw into ponds ever.
It's because you rarely throw anymore.
That's true.
You have to attend live podcasts to qualify. I like that. Yeah.
I have a buddy with scuba gear. He likes to swim for discs. Yeah, I mean, that's a touchy subject for a whole nother day. There's a lot of people
Yeah.
who go out, sometimes in places they're not even allowed to.
Yep.
They go out, they reclaim discs, and then they sometimes do or don't call people or offer to give it back to them or sell them back to them. So SoCal events. Trevor, nobody's reached out to us from SoCal. We experienced from Smashbox episode, Smashbox Live broadcast number 1, that Silmar, we love those boys at Legacy. We love all the guys. Love them lots. But Sylmar is horrible for internet signal and for cellular signal. So other SoCal events, sign us up, buy us a plane ticket. Let's make it happen. The Professional World Disc Golf Championships presented by SmashBoxx. That's a clever idea. Casey, I think they'd want money for us to do that, though.
What's the most unique basket placement you've seen? We've seen suspended baskets.
Yeah, hanging baskets. Sandy Point has a couple of really cool ones. I know it's in our home state and all, but mounted in tree.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
anytime
one mounted in like a stump kind of tree.
when you see them mounted, there's 2 of them out there that are mounted in stumps.
Yeah.
Mounted, really close to.
I want to mount mine horizontally.
There you go. We've seen some. Really close to water. Again, out at Sandy Point, there's one particular hole, 27, is a really interesting green. I mean, those are just a couple from locally. I mean, you've seen some, I don't know if it's Idaho or Utah or some of the courses out there where, and I'm not even sure if they're permanent courses, but baskets that are really close to cliffs, like 100-foot drops. I've seen a few of those pictures. Again, I'm not sure if they're all permanent or not. Man, that's a good question, though, is... most unique basket placement.
I mean, there's where was it? Was it at the Maple Hill that they had like a really high basket?
Well, yeah, there's one mounted way like 75 feet up in the air.
Yeah, there's that one, but I mean, and during play, I thought there was one that was mounted like 6 feet high or something stupid like that.
No, Maple Hill doesn't have anything like that.
Manitowoc has the lighthouse basket.
Yes, that's very.
It's pretty unique. It's there's a model lighthouse that's about 6 feet tall.
Yep.
And it's mounted on top of that. So, personally, I hate it. I hate all elevated baskets like that. I think that's bad.
Even minimal elevations such as the Memorial.
That's a
hole 3 at Fountain Hills.
That's about as high as I would like to see.
Okay.
I would rather see them, and I know it'd be a pain, but I'd rather see them build a little something underneath, like a little box of something.
So it's more about presentation.
It's a little bit about presentation, and it's a little bit about like, I think of these people that might not have the height advantage that I have.
Yeah.
You're now completely not disenfranchising them, but like it's such a pain. At least if it's on a hill and you're putting up at it, which is about the equivalent, you can lay up to the hill and tap in. With those baskets, you lay up too close, and now you're sitting there like this. I don't like it. I've never liked the elevated baskets. It has nothing to do with putting. It has nothing to do with anything like that. I just think it's a little tacky.
Okay. SoCal events we were talking about. Clayton, take that, haters. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Matt Siri. What do we know? I'm not sure what you guys were referencing at that point. He says, I played with a guy today and we talked about finding a disc with names and calling them, and he was shocked. Yeah, I mean, that's just a personal, I don't want to say that's a generational thing. That's a personal thing. Like, either you're a dick or you're not. I mean, and hopefully
if you found, let's just say you were at our local course, Sussex, where there's a pond on hole 1.
Yeah.
You went in
yeah,
and you found a CE disc.
Yeah. I mean, because...
And you didn't recognize the name.
Okay, and I look at it too.
Because we know a lot of local golfers. Sure. But if someone you were like, I have no clue who this guy is.
And I think there's 2 angles at that, and maybe I'm at an advantage because I'm a vendor and a dealer, but there's 2 ways to look at it. Either A, they know what they had, and they're going to be incredibly grateful for it, for the return or the call, or B, they have no clue what they have, and
they might trade you for something.
And they might trade me, or I say to them, "Hey, this is a valuable disc. To some, this is a valuable disc. Was there something else you'd like in exchange for it?
Yep.
I'd at least make that offer. But I'd still call them. I'd feel so weird. Intentionally selling, and again, it's been my upbringing for 20-some years.
Agreed. I'm with you.
I feel so weird selling or keeping intentionally without permission a disc with someone else's name on it that I truly know that. And that's one of the things I hear all the time when I'm out selling or vending discs. I hear people say to me, "Oh yeah, I bought this disc. I found this disc. Works great." and I look, oh, is that you? Or no, I didn't call him. I threw it and I loved it. So yeah, I didn't call him. Like I can't tell you how many times in a single weekend I will hear that.
Yeah.
It just kind of blows my mind that people can do that.
I agree.
And I don't really believe in karma, but if I did, that's one good place that it would come to get you. Macbeth got an ace hole number 6 on the hogback during the McBeaks challenge. That's pretty sweet. I don't think it's ever a bad time to see an ace, unless you're playing match play against that person. That's probably the only time, or you're about to lose the tournament to them. Yeah. It's always awesome to see an ace.
Hornet's Nest has a hole in the end of a pipe, maybe 7.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Dumb. I'm just flat out dumb.
I think sometimes it's how they dress it up.
No.
I think if you dress it up, you can make it look better. But because it's really just like having a hill.
Exactly. Give me a hill.
What if there's no hills?
Then don't put one in there. Figure out a different way. Figure out a different way to make your hole unique.
I don't agree.
We play Rolling Ridge. They've got a pyramid, like quite literally a pyramid that's like 12 or 14 feet tall.
I don't think it's that tall. Maybe 10.
Okay, let's say the bottom of it's 10.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm okay with that. I just wish the
stairs were
wider, thicker. Not because I'm thick, but
because they're pretty thin. And
those aren't up to code.
No, definitely not. That's not an 8-inch riser.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rise run. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah. So no, I agree because I've seen and it slipped myself.
Yeah.
I got big old feet.
So you dislike that?
I am not.
You should.
I'm not
with
the biggest
everything
fan of
you
it.
just said.
No, because I'm not a big fan of them on the pole stuck up high for
even higher.
Okay. Like that is not as bad.
But that's no different than the memorial one.
The problem is you can't. What I don't like about those is that you can't lay up on them.
Yeah.
Like that, you might as well put it around a pond. You might as well put a circle around your thing and say, no matter what you like. Chuck Kennedy thought at one point where, guess what? If you get within a certain distance, you have to pull it back because it is almost impossible to lay up on that without fearing of just rolling away.
Yeah.
For no given reason.
That wasn't Chuck's idea. Chuck, we know you're listening somewhere at some point.
I know.
It was somebody else's.
It was somebody else's idea. I know whose it was, but
I know.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but whatever. That's their thing.
Scroll up. I missed a couple of things.
I don't know. I don't really care.
Play NFL play 60 something good number 2 gas company laying through a pipe with a magnet.
Yeah, it's
you're a dick or you're not. Yeah, I said
bathtub at Lemon Lake. That's kind of cool. I don't mind that. I mean, it looks a little kind of.
Does it look tacky?
Not tacky.
Does it give it character?
Down. It gives a little character. Look, it just. Yeah,
what do you think about? What do you think about?
But it's unique. I don't mind it. I don't like. I would not like. I don't like the way it looks at like a world championships. You want to put that in your local course, and I know all courses are local for some people. That's fine. Take it out for the world championships. I know it might be a pain.
Wow.
But
even if it's like a kind of the signature.
Kind of, yeah. I think it kind of looks. It just looks run down. It makes. It makes your core. It kind of makes the sport look a little ticky tacky. Just like people have said at USDGC, the bamboo hole. Kind of silly.
Okay. Wow.
You're adding.
It's Johnny V's rant section, ladies and gentlemen.
At the Japan Open, the triple Mando right off the tee. Didn't like it.
Okay.
And I hit it every time. It was no problem. I think it's kind of, unless it's for safety reasons, I think it's tacky. So.
There is something I want to show you real quickly, which obviously everyone can't see at the moment. But, talking about aesthetics, and we've had this conversation multiple times. I know I've given you a hard time about some carts that are out there.
Thanks, Casey. The new pyramid they're building at Rolling Ridge will be even bigger.
Where are they building it?
I don't know.
Or is he
on top of the other pyramid, for all I know.
Or is he talking about the...
They're not talking about the waterfall.
The waterfall.
Which, again, is another thing I think is kind of silly, but that's just me. Is that like someone's secret cart?
No, not secret. They're gearing up for Bowling Green this weekend, where it might rain.
Oh, gosh.
So right now we're taking a look. Our friend Roger, my friend Roger, has posted pictures last night.
He's got a cart. It's a 3-wheel cart.
It's like a baby cart.
Looks like a
push baby stroller. And then he devised some tarps, a tarp with lots of tape and tarp, and devised it so that it would. Is that part of it, or is that something in the background? That looks like a weed whacker. I mean, it is. Was that this? Is that coming out to a point for a reason?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so he's devised. Can we put that up? He's devised this, or you could, thing, and I someone called me the fashion police because I gave him a little bit of a hard time.
That's Roger who? Roger
Tranowski, Tranow. Okay, there he is, and he devised this. I mean, it's his normal cart. There you go. So we can show this to the world. Is it showing it to him? Ooh, don't let anybody see all of our other information on the top of your screen. That's pretty important. So if you're looking at it right now...
All my tabs?
Yeah. If you're looking at it right now, for those that are tuned in still, I gave him a hard time about this. And it was in jest. I know him personally.
Yep.
But he said, I'm all geared up for Bowling Green. And I think one of my comments, which has 20 likes, was... he was talking about it and being all prepared. And I said you could spend a night under that because it looks like a tent. So, you know, if you want to stay dry.
Sure.
But then he said something about buying him a better looking one. I said,
I don't mind it.
It's obviously it's functional.
Functional, yeah.
And I said, I don't need to buy you a better looking one because you could probably walk around downtown with it, and people will throw money in your cup along with some bread.
It does look like something a homeless person might carry with them.
Okay, so if you're homeless, don't be too offended, but you probably put together something that looks nicer than this. I said he would Portland Worlds. He could have went right from downtown, hiked that right out to Pier Park, and he would have looked just fine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't love it.
I think, I mean, it's gaudy, clearly, and it looks it looks unprofessional, but
it's functional.
It's functional, and,
right? And that's all that matters.
And ultimately, it's an AM event.
Okay, so it's the largest AM event of the year.
It's still an AM event.
So you don't care about AMs? You're about to.
I'm saying that they don't need to be as professional as pros. Hence the name amateur. You know.
Okay.
I'm not saying they should be, they should come out in their cut off shirts and things like that.
Why not?
But
why are you drawing a line there?
I'm not drawing a line. I'm saying that they could. I'm not saying that they should. I'm saying that they could. And guess what? No one's going to care because they're playing amateur. And I've got no problem with amateurs. I'm an amateur for crying out loud.
You are. You're.
I play pro, but I'm rated amateur, and I'm just saying that it honestly doesn't matter. But you know what? If Paul Macbeth came rolling up in that,
you'd be cool with that.
I would have to be. There's no reason not to be.
And let me clarify, ladies and gentlemen. I know Roger, and just as Michael just pointed out, he is the sweetest guy, and we have a relationship, and I'm friends with him. I was giving him a little gentle and polite ribbing, which is now turned into national ribbing. But I'm not ripping on him in any personal way at all. I was giving him a little bit of a hard time about his cart and some of the aesthetics to it. Clearly not talking about functionality. Yeah. So, no, there's nothing personal here.
No, and as Michael says, I don't have a problem with AMs. I've played pro for many years now, but my rating is amateur. Like, it's just the way it is. My game has gone down the tube since we've started doing Smashbox, and I've got no problem with it. It's just that they don't need. It's not at the World Championships. It's not an event.
It's arguably the next biggest.
You're right, but it's still amateur.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what would you think if we were at the Bowling Green AMs, and that was on the Final Four?
I think, wow, that guy's prepared.
And you'd want me showing it.
I wouldn't care.
Okay. All right.
There's a level of expectation for the level of the event, and it's an amateur event, so you cannot have the same expectation of the pro.
Okay, but if Paul Macbeth rolled up with that,
there's nothing. I would think it's obtuse, and I'd be like, God, really, Paul? Like, okay, and there's nothing against the rules for it.
No.
So.
Oh no! Clearly.
It looks unprofessional, but wow.
All right. That has to be a hog. I don't get the luxury of picking discs out. We have to order them from Innova. We're only dealers up here.
There's a lot of people who are talking about CE plastic and discs and stuff like that. So
okay. Anyway, so interesting conversation that's ensued, and he, like I said, he jabbed back at me and said, he was talking about having so much tape in there. Somebody asked if there was a baby in there, and then he said he had to grab some stuff from lying around the house. He said it's all there as long as it works. That's all that matters. And then he said the fashion police Terry Miller might not agree though.
Yeah, and I mean, where do you draw the line as far as what if you don't like someone's haircut? What if someone's way overweight? What if someone's wearing a really ugly shirt?
That's all happened.
I know, it's all happened, and that's just another. I mean, people. I mean,
Bradley Williams wore a dress.
I know. I covered that card. I literally followed him around the entire round when I was doing broadcasting for them.
Steve writes, the bathtub basket needs to go, but that card is okay.
No, the bathtub basket needs to go for Worlds. It could stay there for other events, but this is World Championships we're talking about.
You're getting off. But it's okay if he shows up to the Worlds with this card.
Unfortunately, yes, because there's no rule against it. Would I like to see it there? No. I wouldn't, because it makes us look amateur. But there's no rule against it. Just like there's no rule against the bathtub. But I don't want to see it. You know, showing that to somebody like, hey, check this out, and you're like, why are you playing to a basket in a bathtub? It's just, it looks unprofessional. But there's nothing wrong with it. So.
However you get rad, Dave says. Yeah. Absolutely. Like I said, you know what? You know who won't be complaining is the other 3 guys in the group when it starts to hail and they're out in the middle of a field and they pull the other half of the tarp over and all 4 of them are sitting under it. You know what? Then you guys are all going to be, giving me the bird, saying, what is the disc golf guy know?
That's right.
You're absolutely right.
I say that quite a bit.
You absolutely will be doing that, and good on you, as they say. However you get rad, that's one way to look at it. All right, man, I don't know if there's anything else. So why are you so concerned about not getting there Tuesday night?
No, I'm just saying I don't think we'll get there Tuesday night.
Oh,
like we're almost for sure gonna get there Wednesday, because even if somehow I bail out of work early on and get out like 4, we get on the road by 5 or 6. 5:30.
Let's get on the road right away.
Yeah, exactly. That still gets us what? It's an 8-9 hour drive.
10
hour drive. It means we physically can't get.
Let's say we leave at 5,
so we get there at 3 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That's still Wednesday.
Well, yeah. I know if you were talking literally, like Wednesday, yes. But I'm saying, do you want to get into Emporia by sleeping time that night, or do you want to stop earlier than Emporia?
We'll probably stop
sleep
earlier.
And then do the rest of it in the morning.
We'll probably stop earlier.
Okay.
Find some seedy motel.
Yeah. There's looks like they're playing in an alley.
For the tub hole.
Oh, I was gonna say with that cart.
With the cart too, yeah.
I'm gonna start carrying an easy up. Yeah,
there you go. You could.
DG Beat says I'm here. How'd the interview go?
DG Beat, I think you've been showing up late a lot lately.
Yeah,
buddy. You need to get your priorities in gear. Interview went really well. Go back and watch it once you can.
Or don't.
It was pretty funny. Those 2 girls are a riot.
It's against the rules to set up an easy up over your lie. No, as long as you do it within your 30 seconds. You have your time.
Yeah, because what's the difference between that and a cart with an umbrella? A big, you roll your cart up to there.
Yeah, nothing.
There's nothing. So.
No, I there was something about the
Scott. It's Terry.
Yeah, I'm the one that snores pretty badly.
I'll have a set of earplugs and maybe these and something else. Music going.
Yes, it's me. That snores badly. Yeah, no, you have 30 seconds to set up for your lie. Do whatever you need to do. Just make sure that you set up and that you're throwing within 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Motel 6, Clayton. Yeah, that's probably what we'll try and find on the way down, because that's how hashtag disc golf rich we are. That's
somewhere in Iowa.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna do a real super quick search while I try and concentrate on something else. But
any other questions from the board, or we're gonna close this up pretty soon? Make them sleep in the element.
Yeah,
depends if we take the element or not.
Yeah, if we take the element, it's not stopping. I might have a guy that might be able to help. Local disc golfer Tim has reached out to me, but we're not going to be able to take that. I might not get home with the way the brakes or lack thereof have been working. So that might be a struggle.
Just Flintstones it, man.
Yeah, I very well might need to. What do you guys think of Drew Gibson? Young and very good player. Drew, I'm on to you. I know, good question. But
Good question, Drew. Sweetie Leaf, 714.
No, Drew's a super good player, and he throws a rock further than most people throw drivers. And he's been working on his putting. I talked to him quite a bit in Texas, and he's up and coming. And if on any given weekend when he puts it all together, he's gonna be pretty darn good. I mean, he is good.
He is very good.
But he's gonna continue to be good if he puts it all together and keeps it all together.
I almost beat him like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
At when he was an AM at the Memorial. That was 4 years ago, maybe. Yeah, he took second and I took fifth, and it was only like 2 strokes. Now he's way better than me.
Yeah.
Way better than me. But I'm just saying.
Oh man, so we might have to stop in like Kansas City.
It depends if we go that way. My route says go through Des Moines.
Well, yeah,
and
but then
to Kansas City.
Yeah,
I suppose.
either way we go. To
I was looking
City.
here and I totally missed it. So yes,
we're
then
looking
Kansas
at the
City.
same thing.
Oh snap!
Yeah. So Kansas City might be a place to stop. I guess depending on. I think Kansas City though is only an hour short of Emporia.
Yeah, if you're gonna make it to Kansas City, you might as well go. I could see stopping. I mean, I could see stopping in Des Moines. That's what, 6 hours?
Yeah, leaving us. I don't know. Anyway, we'll have to do some math, some barbecue. Yeah, unfortunately,
we should Uber there.
Unfortunately, stopping when we will, which will be midnight or later.
Yeah,
or
you have
whenever.
no brakes, and you want to Uber people around.
Like I said, I just reached out to the social media gods today, and I might have a hookup on some brake replacement. Because trust me, you don't want to get in my car if I've replaced the brakes. That's for sure.
You heard Drew Gibson throws further than Macbeth. Yeah, a lot of people probably. Well, not a lot, but there's a few guys out there that throw further than
sure.
Macbeth. But does he throw as far accurately as Macbeth? I'm gonna go with no.
And does he putt as well?
Not even close. Nobody
Does he
putts
approach
as well. No, nobody does.
He does not.
Yeah.
Does he dress as well?
Just as well, maybe.
There, he might have
That's
an
a
edge.
fight.
Yeah. There might be a legitimate conversation there, but he's got a few things to work on. New pin location at Rolling Ridge. Haven't been there since I left in a wonderful mood last year.
Wait, what's today? Is it Tuesday?
It was, but yeah.
Or Wednesday. Okay, so they had a new pin. They probably put a new pin location yesterday, and it's Wednesday, so they're gonna put in a new pin location today because it's Rolling Ridge.
Yeah.
And I think they're gonna have more pin locations than golfers pretty soon.
You're looking. Oh, Michael, I didn't know Roger was your roommate. That's awesome. Tell him we said hi.
Roger. The Tran is Grisku?
Yeah, Tranowski. Yeah. What do you edit in? When I'm doing video blog stuff, which I need to get back to, I edit with Adobe Elements Premiere, which is like the lighter version of Adobe Premiere, I've been told. And I think it has all the capabilities that I could possibly need and already don't use. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's just a couple things that you might use if you did separate audio-video stuff, but...
Oh, man. So what's between Des Moines? I think that's
there's like
the most
nothing.
dreaded question ever. What's between Des Moines and Kansas City?
Yeah, not much.
'Cause
that's why that's 6 hours, and then from there to there is 4 hours. So if we did that, we could easily be there by like noon.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I know
I'd
you
rather
don't.
get closer.
Great, because by the time you get to Kansas City, then you're just gonna say, "Oh, we're in Kansas City. We might as well keep going."
Well, that's fine. Either or. But I want to get more knocked out that night, because we need to get to Kansas City or Emporia and do a whole bunch of work on Wednesday
I know.
to be live on Thursday.
I know you have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Anyway, we'll figure something out.
Does he Tinder as well? I'll say right now that Gibson's Tinder game is probably way more on point right now than Macbeth's.
I would hope so.
Macbeth doesn't need to. Gibson, I think, goes that route a little more frequently.
Does he? That's pretty funny.
Actually, I don't know, but I was giving him a hard time. He's referencing He makes like a 70-footer, spoiler alert, makes a 70-footer during the Nick Hyde event. And a few seconds later, he was checking his phone, and I'm like, and on the broadcast, I called it and said, "Oh, and Drew, after making a 70-footer, is checking his Tinder account."
Oh, is it?
And
Okay.
he started laughing, and then I said,
funny.
"Swipe right," and so
Okay.
he never denied it though, so I'm guessing that he really does.
Yeah.
He's gonna be okay, Michael. That makes more sense. That Roger's gonna be your roommate for Bowling Green. My brothers and him should be over there already, and I need to leave late. Okay, that makes more sense than him being your roommate right now, which I would have believed as well, but that makes more sense. Just pulling all-nighter. Yeah, the only problem with that, Clayton, is that by the time we get down there, then we'd be exhausted. We could. I've got no problem rolling in there late.
Yeah,
I like the idea of being in the city.
Yeah, I mean, we could. The thing is, we get there at 3 a.m. and what do? We check into a hotel? Our hotel?
Yeah, the hotel that I have reserved.
Yeah,
As opposed to what?
I suppose.
Checking into a Kansas City hotel at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. How far? Google.
I am looking
straight Kansas City to Emporia.
I think it's actually like 2 hours.
Okay.
Hour and a half. It's an hour and a half.
See, now I think that's more reasonable.
Sure.
I'd have no problem picking a place from there.
Yeah.
Where's our pal Scott Reek live? He can put us up for the night.
I have no clue where he lives. Lawrence, maybe?
Topeka.
Topeka?
No, I don't know. He's down in closer. Anyway, we'll look that up. What did I say?
FCP 10 with its real-time rendering. FCP 10, that's
Frames per second.
Final Cut Pro 10.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's an Apple product, I believe, strictly.
Trevor.
Yeah, and Terry does not roll Apple. Yeah, it's strictly Apple because Apple makes it. So, Terry don't roll Apple.
No, unfortunately.
I roll Apple. Who else?
MD Aviar, you're losing. I think it's like the second or third time the automatic sensors have blocked you tonight.
Oh yeah, it blocks the word piss.
Assuming Google.
Okay. Yes, Paige has already been on, but we might call him up and get him on from the road.
We actually probably should. That would be. I wonder if we can. We can't connect to a phone. Could we just plug right into a phone?
What do you mean?
Just for audio, like an audio out straight in.
Sure, I would just.
Let's do it. We'll take the chance.
No.
You don't think so? I think it'd be funny.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
We'll just tell him right away. Let's do it.
That's probably not a good idea. I'm just saying.
Brad says she comes on at the 5-hour mark.
What was that?
Brad writes on here, she comes on at the 5-hour mark.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. Let's see if we can make something happen.
I mean,
here. This is Dan the man, you fan, double checking. Yes.
Yep, that's the word, Dan.
Sweet Leaf, you're welcome for the Nick Hyde footage. It's been long and treacherous, but it's been a lot of fun. And hopefully I can get back to it. I still have.
Hopefully, like you're
well,
saying,
not hopefully. I will.
You
but
have to. Yeah.
I've got the back nine of round 3, and then the final 9, or the back 10 of round 3, and then the final 9. All right, you guys are saying do it. Let's.
Yeah, one guy said do it. You guys.
Well, you're about 2 hours late on Paige. All right, I'm gonna. The question is, do we think Paige is driving? Well, I guess they can just hand the phone over. If I should call Paige or if I should call Madison.
Text them first to find out. Or Snapchat them or
no.
Tinder them.
Let's go straight.
I thought it was kind of funny how that Paige had mentioned that Madison gets hit on a lot. That's what she hinted at.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it. It's just really funny.
Do you? Okay, so where would we hear something in our ears right now?
We would hear it in our headphones, and everybody else would hear it.
Uh-oh. This is live. This might not be smart. We're gonna try it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Smashbox first. So they can hear it ringing? I feel like we're on like Ellen.
Yeah, they can hear it ringing.
This is kind of cool. I think she might have blocked my number again.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
All right, so we will give.
I mean,
There's no way they're sleeping.
you
No,
know,
because they were driving. They were so concerned about where they
I understand that.
needed to
but
get to. So I know they're not sleeping.
How Fort Stellacombe is going to be my new home course. No, we did not discuss that. That your new home course is going to be Fort Stellacombe. You should probably submit that to the
after show.
Michael knows this. He could hear it ringing.
Um.
This is your phone a friend.
Yeah. How about?
How many people would love to get a hold of your phone to get every disc golfer's phone number?
I protect it.
No, you don't.
If you can listen to the numbers, you can make out what.
No, you can't
what
hear the numbers. So.
numbers there's. Only because we know they're traveling is this mildly appropriate.
Correct, but it has to be on speakerphone for them to hear us. Or you talk right into it or something.
That might not work well.
Correct.
Well, I'm guessing they found another grocery store or a karaoke bar.
Could be.
Hey guys, get to the phone, leave your name and number, and I'll call you
All
back
right.
as soon as I can.
All right. Well, unfortunately, plan C or D or whatever that was didn't work. Although it was kind of funny to try. Again, they're actually.
Oh no, I thought it was ringing.
Oh, they're actually technically. Well, they might be an hour behind us now, even though that doesn't matter. But yeah, because they were on with us 3 hours ago, so they're definitely still driving.
More than likely, but you never know.
Oh, here's a phone call. Madison?
What up?
Oh, well.
Oh, you hung up on her. Hey, Madison, I'm
That didn't work out well.
ding dong ditching you on your phone.
Oh, sorry about that. I was trying to think of how to get to speaker.
By hit the speaker button and not the big red one that says "Do not hit and hang up on people." Oh my God, you're dumb.
Sometimes I'm not so bright. I don't know why. I'll say this. With my new phone update, they actually changed all of this around.
Okay, that's fine.
The N button didn't used to be there. Not chubby fingers.
He's got chubby fingers.
Answer to your question, Trevor, is no.
Nope, Trevor, we used the Live View last year. We rented it. This year we are not using the Live View.
Hello, Madison?
I hope she hangs up on you.
Huh. Hello? That's weird. Yeah, how you doing? You're in bed? Oh, bad service. Well, first disclaimer, we think you're live on the line.
We're still doing our after show.
Well, meaning the whole world can hear you guys just audibly. So, we just so I guess that's you're okay with that?
Yeah. So don't say anything you're going to regret.
Yeah. Are you sure they can everybody hear?
Yes, they should be able to. Everyone should be
How
able
are
to.
they hearing her?
I don't know.
Because she's coming through here onto there.
Can you hear her in your headphones?
I don't think so.
Have you heard me for the past 30 minutes?
No, we haven't.
No, we have not heard you for the last. Okay, they say they really can't.
No. Oh, okay, because you hit speaker. Unhit speakerphone.
Hold on 1 second. If you're okay with being on the line, can you hold on 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, now she should be able to hear it now.
Yeah, she should be able to hear us just fine.
Yeah, that should be all right.
Madison, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
see, there
so,
you go.
Yeah, so she doesn't have to be on speakerphone.
Okay. So yeah, so you're live, and on the air. We haven't ended our show.
Because we're doing our fun little after show.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, and so for the first time ever, you are our first guest to ever be on just via phone and not Skype. So welcome.
Oh, it's good to be back.
It feels good to be right back where you belong, right?
That's
Bringing
right.
it on home. So there were a few people that have come onto the board that have said, "Where's the interview? I missed the interview," or when are Paige and Madison going to be on? And we had to inform them that they're a few hours late. So I said, "Oh, well, maybe they're still here."
Oh, bummer wave. Well, Paige's asleep. I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I mean, we don't want to distract you either. I'd feel really bad if you got like a ticket or something because you're driving.
Seti says,
No,
"Wow,
I'm
this is
good.
still going on."
I literally don't know how it's possible, but I feel like I've been driving for like a good 45 minutes without even seeing one other car.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. That's crappy driving right there.
What?
I'm in windmill land.
Windmill land. Okay, I was gonna say, what highway or interstate are you on?
I think it's called 180, but there's just windmills everywhere, like red flashing light windmills. Kind of feel like I'm in a different lane.
So Paige is asleep, and I guess I felt bad. I mean, you guys signed off with us about
2 hours ago.
Yeah, about 2 hours, almost 3 hours ago.
No, 2
2 hours ago.
2 hours
Has it
ago.
been that long?
It's been about 2 to 2.5 hours since you signed off with us.
Terry missed you.
Yeah, we just everybody here wanted to talk to you guys more.
Well, you're just going to have to talk to me.
Okay. So the drive is going well. Okay. So what we...
Yeah, I've been switching back and forth between 70s, 80s, and 90s. Oof. There's always something on.
And is that on some kind of service, or is that strictly just what you're finding on your on the radio
Paige has
station?
XM radio. It's the best thing ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Wow. Favorite 90s... I don't want to say song. Favorite 90s group?
Oh, my God. I mean, when I was in the 90s, it was probably the Spice Girls.
Okay. Fair enough.
But looking back now, oh, God, there's just too many good ones. Presidents of the United States of America.
Wow. Okay.
I love it. Very nice.
Huh. And what Spice Girl would you have been?
This is embarrassing. Definitely Ginger Spice. I love redheads.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. So how much further do you think you're going to be driving tonight? Like, well, I mean, you guys have a goal and a destination in mind. What's the plan? Like, what is that going to...
Well, we kind of play it by ear. Obviously, we don't want to drive if it's unsafe. But right now, we're going to try to get to White Sands for sunrise. And because we got a really good night's sleep last night. We slept in and all that jazz. So we are both pretty energetic. Paige is sleeping right now, and I'm feeling good to drive. So I'm gonna drive as long as I can before I don't feel like it anymore, and then we're gonna swap and hopefully get there by sunrise so we can. I heard it's pretty magical. See the sunrise over the White Sands, so we're gonna give it a shot.
How much further is that?
If I left there 2 hours ago, it's gonna be about 7 more hours. Probably less though, because I feel like I'm making some pretty good time.
Oh my. And so are you guys probably, you're not quite in mountain time, are you? I'm not great with my geography, but I doubt you're in mountain time yet, right?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, actually, we might be. I don't think so.
I don't think you are, but it was just a guess. So 7...
My phone hasn't switched. I'm going to say no.
So 7 more hours puts you there at 7:45 a.m.?
Yeah, but then we lose an hour or whatever, gain an hour, so it'll be like 6:30, 6:45-ish.
Okay, so you for sure will be by the time you get there. And then I was going to say, that's not going to be too late for the sunrise that you want to see?
Paige looked it up, and I think sunrise is at 7, I think.
Wow. You guys...
I don't remember. But all I know is that we were within 30 minutes of the sunrise, and I think we were beating it there when she checked. But that's with no pit stops.
I was going to say, you guys are...
there, like, right at sunrise.
And when you... And I guess I see, obviously, some of the pictures and Instagrams and Snapchats and all the other stuff from you guys. But when you guys do get there, like, what would be your ideal setup in terms of capturing this moment? Is it just personally, or is it do you want to with some kind of media?
Well, we always put it on some media because, I don't know, I feel like when you're adventuring, you should document it so everyone else can see your adventures too. But probably going to be pretty woozy when we get there, take some sunset pictures, and then I talked to this guy, posted some pictures of white sands. He caught there's like a rare lizard that lives there. It's like a white earless lizard, which I thought no lizards had ears, but apparently this one's called an earless lizard. And he caught one like a week ago and put it on Instagram. And so I contacted him, and he told me the trail to go down. So we're probably going to head straight to that little trail. It's like a 4.5 or 5 mile round trip hike. So we'll do that little hike and then see how tired we are after that.
So it's fair to say you're hiking down a trail to look for a earless lizard at sunrise. Did I summarize that?
Sounds really weird.
No, I mean, I'm just taking like my little kids to school in the morning, but yeah, I can see how those two relate. I mean, wow.
I still have to force Paige to do all of this. She's probably going to murder me, but that's why she's sleeping and I'm driving.
Yeah, but I think what's become very clear is you may force her, but then she gets there and she's in the moment and she loves it all.
So she loves it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she loves it.
Huh.
And I don't have to convince her to do it. I just ask, and she says, all right, whatever she always says what mad wants, mad gets.
Huh. Wow, you're like her boo, I think I've heard, right? Is that how that goes?
Obviously.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's pretty exciting. Now, 7 more hours. Realistically, how many of those do you think you're going to knock out?
I think in the frame of mind I'm in right now, because I'm super excited. I've been wanting to do this for about a year and a half now.
There's earless lizards on the horizon, so you should be excited.
What did you say?
I said there's earless lizards on the horizon. You should certainly be excited.
I've been looking forward to this. I'm amped right now. I've also been singing. I don't know how Paige is sleeping through my voice, but I've been singing for the past 30 minutes. I am amped up, and I think I could probably knock another 4 hours out.
Okay.
Easy. Probably more.
One of the questions on the board is, can you ask Madison who she wants to win the NBA playoffs?
I love basketball. My dad referees basketball.
Okay.
So I love watching basketball, but I don't really pay attention to it just because I never played it. I tried out for the basketball team 4 or 5 times and never made it. So it's the one sport I could never figure out. So I don't really know.
So knowing your passion and enthusiasm and just pure determination for spike ball, do you have a volleyball history?
Oh, yeah. I played volleyball for 10 years.
See, you failed to mention that when I squared off against you and your team in my initial spike ball games.
Oh, well, couldn't you tell?
Meh. JV team is as far as you got. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Low blow.
I certainly need to still get myself a spike ball setup. Is online just the best way to go for those that everybody out there?
Yeah, spikeball.com. There's a knockoff that they sell at Target called Slam Ball or something.
Yeah.
Don't buy it. Just support Spikeball. It's a little bit more expensive, but they are great as a company. They're amazing. They have the best customer service ever. They're just the best people, and they've been working really hard to promote the sport and everything. And support them even, and I've had my set for 4.5 years or 5 years now, and it's still top-notch condition. So.
And how did you get introduced to spikeball?
Same way as I got introduced to disc golf through the ultimate community.
Okay.
They are pretty much know the best of the best. Those ultimate players have something figured out. But yeah, I played spikeball in between games at an ultimate tournament and fell in love. Bought my own set. Since then, I've just been spreading the love.
So, well, I mean, you talk so much about ultimate, and you've played in the community, and obviously it's huge. why aren't you more involved with the Ultimate community? You know, I guess how did you?
At Southern Miss, where I went to college, they didn't have a team when I first got there. They had a team that did I actually just answered a bunch of questions about this with Val. She's writing an article about it sometime in the near future. But they didn't have a team. They had a pickup league on Thursday nights, and I started going to that. And I kind of knew about the Ultimate community because I had friends at FSU, Florida State, and they all played on an Ultimate team there. And they told me about it, how fun it was. And I went to a tournament and watched. It was a men's team. And so I kind of decided to try to get these guys that I was playing league with at Southern Miss to maybe start traveling a little bit. And it's like disc golf. It's kind of, you have to pay entry fees. And with Ultimate, you don't, win money. You just win a trophy. It's not that expensive to enter, and everyone's splitting it. But that's a similar deal. And I managed to rally some people together and travel for a year play. But, it just kind of fell apart after that. We didn't do so hot because we're a new team. And there's some really good Ultimate teams out there. So we kind of fell apart, and then I just picked up with the Vanderbilt women's team a couple times and with a co-ed team out of New Orleans, but I just never had a team close to me that I was able to play with all the time. I was more of a floater.
Mm-hmm. And now you're floating around with Paige Pierce.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap up here soon, believe it or not. Anything you need to share with us? Okay, how about this? What has been your best memory in the last 2 hours of driving? I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh, there's just too many.
I'll say this. I'll ask this. How long did it take before Paige fell asleep? Is it okay, you're driving, and she's out?
Well, she hung around there for about 10 minutes. Long enough to get me onto the first highway, navigate me to the first highway, because I did make a bunch of turns and stuff. And then as soon as we hit that highway, she was later.
Yeah.
And she's been out ever since. But I honestly don't know how she's sleeping, because I just yelled ZZ Top for a good 5 minutes. I don't know how you sleep through that.
No.
And then Heart right after that,
yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well,
you gotta have some talent to sleep through that.
Yeah, that ain't sleeping music. That's partying music, or something. I don't know.
That's driving music.
Yeah, that's driving music. Question on the board was, what can you throw further, a putter of your choice or an Ultimate disc?
Oh, I would say an Ultimate disc. I still haven't quite mastered the putter drive yet. I think I can flick putters, but not that far, because they usually peter out pretty quickly. But I can forehand an Ultimate disc pretty far. Backhand, different story.
I was going to ask that earlier when you're talking about backhands, and I was thinking about Ultimate for the pull or the huck or whatever they call it.
I do flick hucks.
Really? Okay. And did you go with a big Anheuser or Heiser at the time or whatever? Did you put it on angle when you did that?
No, I do a flip up,
Okay.
like a flip up, pretty flat and straight, and kind of literally just how you would forehand drive a sidewinder.
Sure.
Like a understable.
Huh. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna send you on your merry way. Again, we're gonna let you go. Jonny V here wants to go to bed, and we still have 30 or 40 people just all sitting here watching.
Everyone's just hanging out. I love that.
No,
This is what we do. We create a community. We hang out with people.
Yeah, man, we're like Google. So we're just
I
like
have
Google.
a new Tuesday night regimen.
Yeah, I think
right.
you should. Normally we have obviously our Dana segment, then we go to our featured guest, and then the last few weeks.
Zoe's on there sometimes too, right?
Yeah, for the last 5 or 6 weeks we've had Zoe, and again she.
I watched the only live one that I never watch it live. I always watch it after.
Yeah.
But the only live one I watched, I saw Zoe on there. I saw Dana on there.
Yeah, we did a bunch. Zoe kind of got introduced to the show more formally at the Memorial, and she was a big hit, and everybody loved her. So then we brought her back, and we've had her on pretty much
obviously,
since then.
She's the greatest.
Yeah. So she's had a regular segment with her taking a disc to the face this week. She bowed out for this week, but
Okay, I couldn't. It was tuning out, like, or whatever, bleeping out, but she got hit in it by a disc. That's what did that on her lip.
Yeah, she was working with some kid. She was teaching a class, and a kid just grip locked one and pretty much put, I don't know if it was a mid-range or a driver, but, you know, pretty much knocked her straight in the face, just above,
oh
like,
my God.
yeah, just above her, her upper lip.
Upper lip on the left side of her nose. It's like a huge. She's got stitches there. I mean, it's a pretty good
Holy
gash.
cow.
Yeah. So they, yeah. So she was ordered by the doctor to not smile and try not to talk, and
That's impossible.
yeah,
no kidding.
Our podcast doesn't exactly set up well for either of those. So so she bowed out tonight, which is which worked out well. And then we had Cool Daddy Slick Breeze. We had Bobby Brown on the show, and he gave us a lot of great info and things that the whole world can expect for next week when we get to the GBO. So.
Sweet. I'm so excited about that.
And then we kind of just like we go over a few social media things and talk about like some random odds and ends, and then we were just about to call, and then our show's kind of officially over. And then sometimes if there's people that care, we'll sit around and talk for a little bit longer, and then after a bunch of talking, and again,
some of it's disc golf related, some of it's just jabbering.
Yeah, and a few people were like, "Oh, we missed them," or which they can just rewind and listen to it. But I said, "Well, I knew you were driving, so we took a chance on just ringing you guys up."
Excellent. I loved it.
So. Well, again, thank you. We wish you the best of luck. If we want Paige to lose this weekend to anyone, it better be you or something. Right? Don't tell her we said that.
I'm going to try to make that happen. Give her a try.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Have fun. I hope you find your earless lizard this morning. And
it's white and the sand is white, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, good luck with that. Of course, hope the best for you guys, and that you guys stay safe.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah, TLC, baby. All right. Drive safely, have fun, and we'll catch up with you in a few days.
Okay, bye, Care Bear.
Take care. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
So that's Madison Walker on the road. On the road again.
Yeah, so what is really cool, and obviously it's great to have her, but what's really awesome is knowing that we have that resource that's relatively simple. Literally just
Yeah, we've never tried to call anybody like that, but yeah.
On just a regular phone. Yeah, it worked out seemingly well. Hopefully everybody didn't have any issues with that. You guys have a great, they'll have something to talk about tomorrow. Chase card at the GBO, yes, we will be doing that. Like I said, the leader card is going to be full of really good players, but then
not
also
the best ones though. The best ones are going to be on.
They're saving themselves for us.
That's right.
They want to ask them.
We asked all the best players, like, can you just maybe
slough off a little,
just tank just a bit until the final round. The final round, then try your hardest from the second card, and win.
Yeah, and then we'll film it.
Yeah.
Yes, so we are considered bonus coverage, actually, because they did work with a group that they had already locked in from Emporia, as Bobby Brown was talking about, and then they reached out to us and said, you guys did a really good job at the memorial. We want you here. And so it's just going to be one camera. We've got a great cameraman all lined up. We've got myself doing commentary. We've got Jonny V doing so it's going to be a little bit scaled back from what you saw at the memorial in terms of what we did.
Correct.
But there's also going to be a whole nother card on the leader card of people filming. So coverage of 3 or 4 cards. Yeah, that will be great. And I think someday we'll get there, Durko, at some point. If Ultimate Discs were PDGA approved, would you carry one?
I don't know if that was a question for her.
I'm sure
in
it was.
general, but I wouldn't.
And I think they are. I think the Pulsar, like the Innova Pulsar.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
I think the Sky Styler, which is a freestyle disc, but then also the official Ultimate disc. I think those are PDGA approved. Honestly, they're 175 grams. I know they're oversized. I'm almost positive. I feel dumb not the Ultra Star. Well, you know what? There's only one way to find out, and I want to find out now.
Okay. Legit Luck, I think that's your name. That was better than Skype. Yeah, I mean, we're using a more tested technology with the phone. The downside is you can't see them.
Yeah.
And we are, while we're not always necessarily, we're 50-50 visual versus audio medium. So MDAVR says they are approved.
Oh, thank you. Well, good.
So
I won't look.
Yes, it's nice to have the phone as a backup if for some reason, like they're like a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago when we did the Uli interview, it would have been way better to have him on a phone because his internet was so bad where he was. It was
we would have just opted for that. So it's really good to know that was a first here. That was a test.
Yep.
And it's really good for us to know that in a backup situation, we just love having, like he said, being able to have the visual of all of our guests, no matter who they are.
Yep. Being able to see them and us see them and them see us, it's really nice because you can get so much more from. I mean, imagine that conversation we had with them today on a phone. It just wouldn't have been as fun.
Yeah.
So.
But they would have been giggling and we would have really had no idea why. Yeah. So, absolutely. Yes, and you did hear a tear bear, Michael. They find that humorous to call me that, which that's fine.
Yeah.
Did you rewind to see Madison and Paige? How can you? You might not be able to do it instantly, but if you grab the ticker.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, this doesn't probably work on a phone, but you can rewind back about 3 hours and 19 minutes ago, and that's about where they start out.
Yes. So we can do that right now. Yeah. All you got to do is rewind. If you're looking at it on a browser, a regular browser.
Watch this. Boom.
Oh, they can't see that. Now, boom. There we go.
Now they can see it. Now you can grab this little bar down here and go whoop, and go all the way back to them.
Where they were.
And you could sit and chat with them.
Or you can see Paige doing her Snapchatting while she was chatting with us. So, that's all you have to do, actually. If you're watching and it basically archives instantly, which is one of the many reasons why we love doing this on this platform and using YouTube, is it allows us to do that. Michael said we heard her very well. I think it's easier to get more people on here via. We honestly, Michael, I guess I'll address that real quick. We haven't had a real problem getting people on and getting access to Skype.
Correct.
We've had 20-some guests. We'll just call it 20 out of 27 podcasts. Yeah, or 23 guests now, we'll say.
We've only had a couple blips.
And really only one or two of them have been kind of a spotty internet connection. So we're going to continue to try and use it. That's one thing that I usually say is, hey, can you get to a good internet connection is how I ask our guests.
Good internet connection and headphones are really the two best things that they can do for us so that we don't get any feedback. We don't get anything like that. So. It only goes an hour back on your phone. Yeah, then you're kind of out of luck. That might be that might be a YouTube setting.
And that's your phone. Again, if you're watching on a regular browser, you could go back and do it.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning, give it a few hours to process, but say tomorrow morning.
I suppose I should put us back up on there.
Tomorrow morning,
it's the Inception.
You'll be able to go back and see. You rewind all you need to. Think about it. SportsCenter does it all the time. Comes in just fine.
For phones.
No, I mean we weren't denying or we weren't sure if the technology worked. We've just never physically tested it.
Yeah, we tested some Google calls and just audio calls on the system. So we did that before.
Yeah, no. We certainly know that it could work. We just, again, we want to use Skype whenever we can. Used to carry one for upshots around back in the day regarding Ultrastars. On the phone. Yep, I'm watching on my phone. Okay, I was thinking weren't fond of the Skype. I was thinking some weren't too fond. We don't care if they're fond or not. They're gonna get on Skype with us.
Kind of.
No, I mean, of course.
If they didn't,
nobody ever.
If someone truly didn't want to be on Skype, we would work around that. But we have not had an issue. And if that's the interviews. If you're talking some people aren't fond of Skype that watch, then that we don't really care about.
Yeah, too bad. Kale interview is great. Thank you. That does give me a chuckle. Maybe call Kale and trick him into the show now. No, because Kale's. I'm gonna put him on blast again. He's not real good at answering his phone. So
that's true. And last time I saw a picture on Facebook, he's in like northern Michigan.
Yeah, camping.
Northern Minnesota.
Minnesota camping where it snowed on him.
Yeah, it's like.
So no, it's. Yeah, he's not.
I'm still in high school, so I have to go to bed.
Okay.
Good luck. Legit luck.
Is that supposed to be legit luck?
Legit. It's legit. It's legit luck. Well, good luck in high school tomorrow. I don't know what classes you have, but I hope you did all your homework.
I hope homeroom's good for you.
Yeah. I hope your study period works out. Hopefully you were smart and scheduled it right around lunch so you get that extra long.
And so that you can then watch our podcast.
That's true.
Yeah, seems like a no-brainer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is just about last call. Let's wrap this up. It's been a fun night.
It's been smashing.
It's been smashing. What do we got? 105. So we started 4 hours ago.
Yeah. Which means it's another late night. Which means tomorrow the podcast will be up because I won't be doing it tonight.
Yeah. Do you guys like the new layout? It's a little sharper.
It is.
And dare I say more professional.
I like it a little bit.
It's
better.
a little more rigid.
The only thing I'm not a big fan of is the 3-shot like you're looking at. It just there's a lot of black space down there, but I kind of like that because I could put something there if I really wanted it.
Right here, you're saying?
Yeah. Like I could put the guest names or info about them, but that means I would have to do a little more work beforehand instead of just the last second type their name and be done. So
yeah, like I said, Tuesdays you're gonna have to change this up for next week.
I won't.
You gonna leave it as Tuesdays?
Yeah, that's when
when we're on like Thursday night.
Yeah, because by the time someone watches it, if they happen to watch it, that's more. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So yes, I'm going to leave that.
Seems pretty. What do the kids still say? Weak sauce on your part?
I don't think any kid says that anymore, but I think it's on fleek, so I'm set. And the kids do say that. Boom.
Yeah.
I don't though.
We'll see if anything happens with this Colling Stokely thing. That is kind of big news. They're playing off this Friday.
Yep.
Sore for Sophia.
Yep.
And they want it recorded. It's funny. I had said, if somebody can just give me a plane ticket, I would go down there. I'd record it that day and come back. I think that'd be actually kind of fun. But yeah, I don't have a private jet. I just gotta hook up with the Kardashians, get that private jet action.
Good luck with that.
I've reached out to them. None of them have replied. Huh.
That's weird.
Backup.
How rude.
Backup. T-Swift.
So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sharper, good. You like it? Good. All right, well, thank you. Got to go. You're going to listen to Terry announce the next 9 of the Nick Hyde. Good. That is the front 9. Oh, my gosh. I still have the back 10. And then the final 9. 19 more holes to edit. And then an exhibition match at some point. Ridiculous. It's going to be the death of me. All right. For Jonny V, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. And for Madison and Paige, and then Madison again, along with Bobby, Cool Daddy Slick Breeze,
Dana,
and Dana Vicich, and a picture of Zoe's lip. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. It's been a long but fun night. And again, we'll see you guys next time in Kansas when you step inside the Smashbox.